That's right, chat. We're going Nightcore, aka K Nightcore. Welcome, everybody. How are we all doing? It's good to see you this Monday evening. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I said it. I'm not ashamed. That much. How are we doing, everybody? How's your weekend been? It's been a good one for me. I saw most of you on, well, not most of you actually. I saw like a fraction. I saw a fraction of you on Saturday night for film night, which was really good. Very much enjoyed watching the two Dungeons and Dragons movies. Very, very, very funny. 10 out of 10. Would watch again. The first one, maybe not the second one. But yeah. I'm a coconut. Hello, how's it going? Vordrella, Pat Potato, Nada161. How are we all doing, everybody? What's good? Also, everybody go and show some love to I'm a Coconut. I can't remember if you told me to not shout you out because you're not streaming or something. I can't remember. But, yeah. Go follow Andy, everyone. He's great. Going great. Had a lovely weekend. Great. What did you get up to? I've been working for the most of it. I've been doing lots and lots of editing. You forgot the movie night? Listen, I am sorry. It is my fault. Kiri was late. Sorry, Spectra was late for it as well. And I kicked myself because I said to myself when we unlocked it last week, literally last Monday, I said, I'll make the event in Discord, you know? But I completely forgot. I'm sorry. But in the future, I'll be making the event so that everyone can see it as soon as possible. Bump Versino. Hi, how's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Long time no see. So yeah, I've mostly been working this weekend. We watched Dungeons and Dragons, the old one and the new one. And we also... What else did we do? Well, I say we had a Red Planet last night. That was pretty good. With Maya, Arson, Crime U. Very, very cool. Very, very based. And then, yeah, I've just been working on this movie review, which is exclusive patron content. So, honestly, if you've ever considered becoming a patron, now is the time. There's the link. There's my socials. I'm gonna show you the preview because it's a public preview. You're not seeing any paywalled content here. Hello, one who reads. How are you doing? Good to see you. Let me real quick check out what's going on here. Okay. Where is it? Where have I put it? Oh, hi, Death. What's going on? Hey, cat girl, Steph. I just had a text from drive home visiting a mate. I'm going to visit a kitten to adopt this week. She's been poorly, but just finished a course of meds and is all healthy. Oh, Andy, that sounds amazing. Andy, that sounds incredible. Okay, so I'm going to show you this. Yeah, this isn't paywalled content, so if you are a patron, don't get angry. Sometimes So I got a little teaser of what it's going to be like. The new video coming out. So yes, I do a cheeky tiny review of Partners that we watched on the movie night in the Discord. But yeah, this is the kind of style that I'm doing the video in. You know, I'm going back to the old style of me just sitting in front of the green screen on OBS and recording and talking about stuff. So here's the teaser. Sometimes I watch these movies to give myself a kind of transcendental experience and to like a feeling that I've never felt before. I've had this experience with like a couple of movies. One that springs to mind is this movie called Things. And that movie makes me feel like I've drunk a lot of whiskey and sniffed a lot of poppers on like a really hot day.
Want to see some blood?
This is ghastly, brutal, horrible, insane.
It's like really hard to understand, and it like confuses you so much that it sort of like intoxicates you. And Partners has got like a similar vibe to that. It's kind of just like loads of shit happens, you don't really know what's going on, it's really confusing, and then it's over and you're like, what has happened? And that's kind of what it's going to be like. That's kind of what it's going to be like, chat. Hey, Rohamild, how are you doing? You didn't know I wore glasses. That is surprising, but I have stopped wearing my glasses on stream because it just gets a little bit like, why am I actually wearing glasses when the screen is right there? I don't need it to read the chat or anything like that. So yeah, but I do wear glasses right here. I got 2 pairs. I got this pair and I got a pair that makes me look like Michael What's his face from Novara Media, you know, the bald one. There should be a reverse ASMR where you scratch a chalkboard with a knife. For what? What are you talking about? What are you on about? What do you mean? A reverse ASMR where you scratch a chalk? Why did you say that? Why did you say that? What's that about? What's that in reference to? I'm so confused. Is it already happening? Am I already like too ADHD for the stream? You didn't know. You just said it. You just want, okay, fine. That's fine. What is the chat for? If not that, just saying things in it. So yeah, anyway, great. So that's that. I'm very excited to release that. It's going to be about 2 hours long. It's really becoming like quite a thing. But if you want to check that out, it's a review of all the movies that I watched in May when I was like ill and not streaming, and like so I had like a bunch of time to watch stuff. So go ahead and check that out. Become a patron at tier. It's not tier 1, 2, 3, 4. I have it like tier 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you want to be the possum tier if you want to see that exclusive video content, basically. But anyway, there you go. That's what you could get if you subscribe to my Patreon. But what else have I been up to? That's it, really. That's it. I made the best fucking sandwich in the world today, chat. And I've done this before, but I don't know what I've done differently this time. It just feels so fucking good. It tastes so fucking good. Basically, I don't know if chat knows, but I make my own focaccia bread. It's quite easy to do. Honestly, it's ridiculous when I realized how easy it actually is to make. Oh boy, yeah, I make it like every week. I made it twice last week, actually. And with the loaf that I just made, I think I made it on Friday night. I basically got whole ass chicken, put butter under the skin on the breast, and just put a bit of garlic in, salt, pepper, oregano on the top, and then put it in the oven, 160 degrees for an hour, and then with foil on, by the way, that's a very important part. Then you take the foil off, and then whack it up to 180 degrees for half an hour, and then let it sit at 0 degrees in the oven. It won't be 0 degrees, it'll still be warm with the residual heat for about 10 minutes. And then you just get the focaccia bread and put mayo and butter and spinach and tomatoes on it. And if you want, this is what made it for me, chat. This is really what made it for me. I made some gravy with it. Just really quick. Bisto shit. Do you know what I mean? Bisto shit. Nothing even ridiculously difficult or anything like that, yeah? Yeah, Celsius temps. Yeah. Celsius temps. Yeah, oh my god, don't cook a whole chicken at 160 degrees Fahrenheit. What would that be, like 1 degree? just put a chicken in the fridge. Oh wait, no, it's the other way round. It's the other way round, isn't it? Or is it? No, I don't know. Oh, I don't even know. It would be like 40 degrees. 160 degrees would be like 40 degrees Celsius or something, wouldn't it? Anyway, I don't fucking know. But yeah, the thing that really did it for me, yeah, the thing that really fucking did it for me was like this gravy edition. I just put the gravy, I dipped the sandwich in the I got the sandwich all constructed and I dipped it in the gravy. Oh my fucking god, I nearly died. It's just so incredibly good. So I had a great time with that. Really good time with that. Yes. 5 Streety, first time in chat, says, you lose, I win. Right, let's have a look at this guy. Who's this guy? Is this the guy that we banned? Oh, yeah, Israel flag. Yeah, Israel flag in the. Yeah, look, I don't know what you want, dude. Stalker, dude, you have come to my stream under like all your various different government-appointed Israel accounts. I don't know you. Yeah, yes, you do. Yes, you do, dude. Stop fucking lying. Like, every single fucking week, it seems, some, like, Israeli apologist comes into my account, and it can't be, like, 5 different fucking people, especially when I'm in the just chatting category, right? I'm in the just fucking chatting category. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're literally talking about sandwiches. Why are you killing the vibe? My bad, lol. So you actually just are this guy and you're like, you just keep making accounts and you keep coming in and shit like that. Like, what's going on, man? You know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna get anywhere. You're not gonna, like, change my mind about Israel or anything like that, man. Like, it's nothing, it's just gonna, you're just gonna keep hurting yourself. Do you know what I mean? Like, just quit this, dude. I come in every week. I need to change your mind. Well, that's just dry as shit. It's just embarrassing. Like, get a life, man. You know what I mean? All you've said has made me miss homemade bread. Honestly, homemade bread, yeah, it's a game changer, right? It's a game changer. Gravy sounds wavy. Yeah, really good. Really, really, really good. Yeah. I hope that person is getting paid for this behavior. Look, you know, it's not beyond Israel to use troll farms, right? It's not beyond Israel to use troll farms. It has been literally exposed in the past that they pay people to sit down and, like, just defend Israel on the internet. It's completely insane. It's completely insane. You know, as Norman Finkelstein says, it's a crazy state. It's a crazy state. So that person probably is getting paid for this behavior. Do we have time for talking about how to put butter under the skin of a chicken? Yeah, what you do is you get butter and you put it under the skin. It's very simple. There's nothing more to it than that. You get butter and you go under the skin, in between the flesh and the skin, and you just do that. I don't know if you need any more explanation. The saddest are the ones that do it for free. Well, yeah. And also, you know, it's also sad because they're definitely, like, you know, fucked with the neoliberal neoliberal brain conditioning about, like, the state is the best thing, it's the correct thing, you know? Nationalism is a hell of a drug. When I try that, the skin peels away and the butter falls out. How? What the fuck? When you get a chicken, like, the skin should be, like, still attached to the flesh. It shouldn't be loose. What you do is you separate the skin from the flesh and you get your fingers underneath it and you get the butter in there. You push it in as you're pushing and separating the skin from the flesh. Like, that's what you do. Like, it shouldn't be floppy and it's not just gonna, like, fall out. The skin will peel away. Like, you're supposed to, like, peel the skin off, but, like, not off entirely. Just, like, open it up, get the butter in, put it back, and then, you know, put foil on the chicken when you put it in the oven. Hey, Kasona Fun, how you doing, Devon? Good to see you. Everybody go follow Kasona Fun. Phenomenal channel over here on twitch.tv/Kasona Fun. Excuse me. How have your streams of the debates been going, Devon? Devon has been doing streams of every single US presidential debate, televised debate in history. Very, very interesting. I think he's uploaded that to his YouTube. I don't know if you've got a YouTube, Devon. But basically, that is finished now. You've done that now, haven't you? And you're actually, like, doing the Republican debates, which were last week and stuff. Oh yeah, I said that we said that we were gonna check, like, a best of, like, a sort of highlights reel, didn't we? Today of the Republican debates. Hold up a hot minute, chat. You need to be more precise and gentle in handling the skin and the butter. Yeah, don't just, like, rip it all off. That's gonna fuck it all up. That's gonna fuck it all up. How? Oh shit! I've not planned this at all. I actually haven't planned this at all, chat. So, I kind of want to watch this video. Maybe, possibly. Republican debate highlights. Let's check this out. What do we got? Gonna try it again when my benefits renew? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Watch highlights from the first Republican presidential primary debate. I don't know which one to do. These are all really, like, small. They're all like MSNBC and ABC and stuff like that. They're all kind of like GOP debate highlights, Republican presidential candidate face off on issues, trade insults. 3 minutes long from WGN News, which is the best news channel out of these. Chat. Like I got NBC. What is that? Today? The Today program? MSNBC. Washington Post, I don't think that's a good one at all. WGN or ABC. Which one's the best one? Come on, American chatters, sort me out. Or maybe some non-American chatters will know the answer to that. Doing the current ones sounds like watching a cringe compilation. Well, some of the current ones are in there, right? Because he's done every single one in history, so the one from the last presidential debate will be in there. They're all comparably mid. Okay, so it doesn't matter then. Well, all right. Let's check out the one from ABC.
The debate.
Let's check it out real quick. We'll just do it now while we're warming up, chat. You know, we'll get into the politics zone. Why not? There it is. Okay. What we got?
An arena in, there it is, the arena in Milwaukee where the 8 GOP presidential hopefuls took the stage last night. It was a heated debate covering a wide range of topics, including the...
This motherfucker looking like Martin Scorsese on the right here. Who is this?
It was a...
Did we look at him? I know who these three are because of the video that we watched with from Some More News last week. But like, did we cover this guy? I don't remember this guy. Martin Scorsese. Discount Martin Scorsese.
Topics, including the candidate who was not there, Rachel Scott in Milwaukee, with the highlights for us. Good morning, Rachel.
Robin,
hey, Mr. Dang.
Donald Trump sitting this debate out. His closest rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, was bracing for an onslaught.
Why are they saying that he's sitting it out? Isn't he in jail? Why is Trump still in jail? He is in jail, isn't he? Like, he's actually like in jail right now. Or have I made that up? He got the mugshot. Maybe he got bail, so he doesn't have to sit in jail, right? It's gonna be that, right? You could just like pay out on bond. That's it. He could have gone to the debates, but he chose not to. Hey Jojo, welcome to the stream. Everybody go follow Jojo. She's great. How you doing, sweet Jojo? Okay, yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. If he has actually chose to sit it out, that's very, very funny, actually.
Of attacks, but in the end, it was a political newcomer, entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, who was a top target.
Overnight, a heated and combative Republican debate. 8 candidates facing off for the first time and not holding back.
I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for.
Going back and forth, being childish is not helpful to the American people to decide on the next leader of our country.
This is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
Oh, oh no. Okay, dude. All right.
But the candidate drawing the most attention and criticism, Vivek Ramaswamy, the 38-year-old entrepreneur and fierce defender of Trump, recently seeing a rise.
He said some fascist shit to fill the void.
I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Well, let me explain it to you. Vivek, if I can. I'll go slower this time. We don't need to bring in a rookie. We don't need to bring in people without experience.
It was Ramaswamy's
the brown guy. What you mean, like the brown guy was catching the most flack? Well, I mean, you know, he's South Asian and also like, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's because he's young. Maybe it's because he was outspoken. I don't know. There's a black guy. There's like 2 black guys as well on this panel, so I don't know. I'm not about to sit there and you know, say that the Republicans are incapable of racism and they're not doing racism here, but who knows?
Debate.
You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what? The foreign policy experience that you all have.
The businessman tried to address his lack of political experience early on.
Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage? I'll tell you, I'm not a politician.
That line later called down by former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here. And the last person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, "What's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here?" was Barack Obama.
But the candidate who earned...
Wait, what? Wait, whoa. What do you mean, Obama? Did they always have it in Milwaukee? Why did he say Obama? I don't understand. Did they always have the debates in the same place? Like the president? Because Barack Obama wouldn't have been at the Republican debate. Is he right? I don't understand.
Any guy with an odd last name doing up here was Barack Obama.
But the candidate who earned...
Oh, right. Okay. He's just saying like foreign man trying to become the president. That's all he's doing. He's doing like straight up racism there.
Earned the center spot on the stage. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis did not stand out from the rest of the pack.
Our country is in decline. This decline is not inevitable. It's a choice. We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement.
The sparring on stage.
What do you mean back to his basement? They try to make out that Sleepy Joe's a Gamergate incel, just chilling in his mum's basement. What's going on?
Range from foreign policy to clashing over abortion restrictions.
But just to be clear, Governor, would you sign a 6-week ban federally?
I'm going to stand on the side of life.
I am on the record, and I stand behind that we should not have a federal abortion ban.
We need to stop demonizing this issue.
But there was some consensus. Nearly every single candidate agreed former Vice President Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. DeSantis ready to move on.
And I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more important duty. So answer the question.
I've answered this before.
So yes.
Why are we? Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on?
I'm relieved.
Going forward.
Well, I don't know, man. Like it is a presidential debate, Ronald. You know, Ronnie boy, it is a presidential debate where every sort of aspect of your being is like put on focus. I don't know, man. It kind of sounds like you kicked a dog in the face and were upset that was brought up at the fucking, at the meal. I don't know, man.
The rehashing of this.
About an hour into the debate.
I know that analogy makes no sense. I came up with it on the fly. This is the kind of content you can expect tonight, chat. I'm very tired.
Focus turned to the candidate who was
Ron's campaign is over, do you reckon?
Front runner, former President Donald Trump, now facing 4
I know what you mean, Romeo.
and 91 charges.
Would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Almost all of the candidates eventually raising their hand.
Oh, they all waited to see how everybody would respond? Oh my God, this is so... These motherfuckers, honestly, I don't know. I just don't know how anyone... The neoliberal brainwashing is strong, right? It's strong because how can anyone watch that, like that legit thing that just happened right there, yeah? Where they all kind of looked to make sure that they would like... That was literally like a living embodiment of the like turning the racism dial up and looking to the audience for approval, right? You know what I mean? Like that's legit what just happened. That's like actually what just happened. And everyone else started turning up their racism dial like a bit more when they saw that the other people were doing it and the audience was fine with it. That's absolutely insane. That's absolutely insane. Like every single person who at least like observes these debates in a way that like I don't fucking know. They're trying to analyze it properly, yeah? They're trying to analyze it properly or whatever, and every single person who's doing that, who's watching it in that way, should turn around at that moment and be like, oh, it's a fucking ruse, man. These guys are taking the piss. You know? Hey, Purple Apple, how's it going? Welcome in. Hello, 3 geese in a trench coat. Love that name. Welcome in. Yeah, hey, Prince, how's it going? They wanted to kill you, Pence. They wanted to fucking kill you. Donald threw you under the bus and asked for your head. It is insane. Like, these guys are just like lapdog bullshit. I think they're genuinely scared of fascism. Like, I think they genuinely are as well, right? I think they are. I think that, like, every single one of them is kind of thinking, like, we have been pushing this dictatorship thing. We've been pushing this dictatorship thing, so, you know, I don't want to get killed. They're legitimately like, I don't want to get shot. You know what I mean? This politics game is pretty, you know, it's pretty, it's pretty fruitful, but I don't want to get shot, actually. You know?
Whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
So many boos. So many fucking boos.
And you know, this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it...
Oh, that is some cope. That is some legitimate cope. You gotta be joking, man. You gotta be joking.
Doesn't change the truth.
Shut the fuck. That's the great thing about this country. You can be mad. Facts don't care about your feelings, though. Like,
and you know, this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Christie was booed multiple times for going after the former president. Trump sat this debate out.
At least he's right. What do you mean? At least he's right.
Entirely, instead releasing a pre-recorded
the depths you have to sink to for Chris Christie to be the most moral person on the stage. I know, right?
Interview with a conservative talk show host as his rivals look to get back out on the campaign trail today.
Conduct beneath the president of the USA. Well, presidents of the USA have done a lot worse things than that. You know. You want to talk about some of the things that presidents of the USA have done. Inciting an insurrection that didn't really go anywhere at the Capitol is it's pretty small on a list of like atrocities that have been committed in the name of the USA, sanctioned by the fucking administration of the White House, you know?
Former president is preparing to surrender to authorities in Georgia.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks.
All right, we did it, chat. We did it. There it is. You know? I promised you I'd do it. And there it is. So that's that. I don't really have anything else to say about that. You know what I mean? It is just like, yeah. Like I couldn't have expected anything different whatsoever, chat. But we do have some good news. We do have some good news to talk about today. And I'm very excited to bring this to you. And I don't know why I came out of the politics section, because I'm pretty much just gonna start with the politics stuff. But yeah, I read today some really, really cool stuff, and I'm very excited about it. And I'm gonna consider this a win, because it actually is a win. We're always telling you on Red Planet, on this stream, on any kind of content that I am legitimately on, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Twitch or anything like that. I'm always talking about wins. I'm always talking about joining a union. I'm always talking about doing that stuff because it is extremely, extremely important to not rely on the facade of electoral politics. So we are going to jump back into the politics section, chat. Get your hazmats back on. Sorry, I know you just hung them up on the back of the door or whatever. Stick them back on. We're going to get some fucking sickos coming in. But anyway, here is the first very, very cool thing that I've heard in a long time. Not the first, I guess, but like it's pretty good. So this is the National Labor... What is it? National Labor Review Board? What does NLRB stand for, chat? I fucking hate acronyms. NLRB, National Labor Relations Board. Right. So the National Labor Relations Board will change the way that employers respond to union card checks. So on August 25th, that was on Friday, I think. Yeah. The board ruled that when a union requests recognition on the basis that a majority of employees in a bargaining unit supported the union, an employer must either recognize and bargain with the union or promptly file a petition seeking an election. For decades, if a union demanded recognition based on signed union cards, the employer could simply decline recognition and the union would be required to file a petition with the NLRB requesting an election. Only if the union won the election and was certified as bargaining representative would the employer be obligated to bargain with the union. So that's completely changed now, which is really, really, really cool. This guy goes on to say, another guy, Ryan Funk, says many employers will not realize they must initiate this process on short notice and will become unionized without ever having an NLRB election. Which is incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible. If an employer seeking an election commits any unfair labor practice that would require setting aside the election, the petition will be dismissed, and rather than rerunning the election, the board will order the employer to recognize and bargain with the union, the NLRB said in a press release. So this is fucking phenomenal, chat. And this has come out of the recent strike action, right? So if you want to think about like an actual application, thought application for this ruling, we can think about Starbucks, right? Starbucks, who were still marching in Manchester Pride despite having sacked a trans woman for defending herself against a violent bigot in one of their shops in, I believe it was New Jersey or something like that. I might be wrong. Could be somewhere else. Could be Philadelphia. Anyway, I'm not bitter about it. Starbucks, the owner of Starbucks, what is that guy's name? I can't remember his fucking name. CEO Starbucks. Oh, Laxman, this guy has changed. Whoa. Succeeding company founder and whoa. That happened in September? Oh no, he was named incoming on September 1st, 2022. So wait. When did he? Oh, this is all changing, chat. This is all changing. He replaced him in April? What the fuck? I missed all of this. Well, anyway, Howard Schultz, who was like absolutely fucking it all up. Yeah, that's the guy. Howard Schultz, who was absolutely fucking it all up. Obviously, this is probably why they've made him step down, because it's like they probably noticed like a downtick in people going to Starbucks, right? Oh no, yeah, they've done this on the sly. For sure, right? Because they will have known. They don't want to have like a big press release saying Howard Schultz isn't hanging out anymore, because that would mean that they would have to admit that it's probably because of late union busting stuff, and they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to publicize that, right? So that's essentially what I'm talking about here, chat. Like Howard Schultz was basically doing a whole bunch of horrible shit to, he was like closing down stores that were petitioning for unionization, voting to become a union and stuff like that. All these horrible, nasty union busting activities. Well, they definitely noticed an uptick in labor organizing, right? Absolutely. So if Howard Schultz had done that now, like after this ruling, he would have been forced to bargain with him. He would have been forced to bargain with Starbucks, and that would have been it. But if I'm right, I think that Starbucks was actually passed in the election anyway. Starbucks. So I don't know if this is like a good example. Starbucks unionization. Starbucks unions as of June 2023. They voted to unionize, but have they actually managed to do this? Primarily, the Workers United, Marshall, have not enacted a collective bargaining agreement. This unionization effort. So this is because of all the union busting stuff that was going down. Do you know what I mean? it's just been really, really fucking hard for Starbucks workers. And Howard Schultz is a big fucking part of that. Like it says here, literally. So the largest strike action to date was on March 22nd, 2023, where 117 union locations staged the one day stronger strike to commemorate outlasting interim Howard Schultz, who resigned prior to the Senate Help Committee hearing on union busting sanctioned by Schultz. Like it literally mentions that in the Wikipedia. So anyway, I think Starbucks workers voted to unionize, and it was recognized by the NLRB anyway. So I think that that's a bad example. But if you can imagine a company who have tried to unionize, they've tried to vote to unionize, and that's been, affected by union busting activities, and they've not managed to get the vote through, they've not managed to, have anything done, then as soon as that is reported to the NLRB, boom, it's fucking over, and they're gonna be forced to. Well, the company who do it, the CEO of the company who do it, is gonna be forced to actually bargain with the union because of that. Oh, this is a different news story, by the way. But I wanted to talk about the Michigan ruling as well, because this is again, we're seeing more and more examples, chat, of labor action, like union action, actually getting results, and not just results in their workplace, but also results in fucking legislation. It's crazy. Like this shit is really important, and I don't think I spoke about this at the time, but this is huge. In Michigan, they repealed the right to work law. Now, the right to work law is extremely absurd. So it allowed those in unionized workplaces to opt out of paying union dues and fees. Right? So that basically means that if you are in a union, it's basically oh, you don't have to pay any dues. You could just be part of the union. And then what that means is that the union doesn't have a strike fund, so they can't pay workers when they go on strike. So it means that the strike action is severely limited by those who choose to make union dues. Right? Absolutely in-fucking incredible. So this is absolutely huge, and this is why you're seeing things like UPS drivers threatening to strike, UPS delivery workers. As soon as they fucking said we're gonna do a strike, they fell straight away, and now people are like, damn, UPS delivery drivers get 170 grand a year. That's pretty good. I'm gonna work for UPS. Well, here's the thing. You don't have to work for UPS. You just gotta unionize. Make it happen in your workplace. Anyway, really, really, really cool shit. So I wanted to start off with that because I think that is just some really, 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 really great news. Again, proof that you gotta unionize. You gotta do strike action. You gotta take part in direct action. This is not something that the state of Michigan just decided to do, and this is not just something that the NLRB have decided to do. This is through pressure. This is through unions lobbying for change, coming together, building power in the union, and using their labor or withdrawal of labor as a weapon. So it's just absolutely fantastic, honestly, and it really brightened my day when I heard about that today. So I hope everybody is also excited and happy to hear that. It's good news. It's good news for the US. But we do now have some less than good news, which is a little bit upsetting. But we're gonna check it out anyway, because we gotta take the good with the bad, chat, as per usual. This is about the GOP basically silencing critics on silencing critics of gun control. Oh, how do I fucking do this? Critics of gun. Oh, fucking hell! I can't even type, chat. Okay, there we go. Title amended. So content warning for legit state oppression. There is a bunch of people getting arrested, I think, in these clips. It's Democracy Now! We're checking out some Big Amy with some big news. So I'm just going to real quick set this up, and then that should hopefully... Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Cool. There it is. I'll drop a link to this video in the chat. Yeah, we love our Amy. Everybody go show some love. If you haven't already, like and subscribe and share. Watch the video in a muted tab alongside the stream. Very important. But let's go ahead.
This is Democracy Now!
And check this report out.
Now, democracynow.org, The Warren.
Hey, MBND, how you doing?
I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show in Tennessee, where the Republican-dominated legislature started a hectic special session this week on guns and public safety. This comes amid
silencing critics of gun control. Is that people for or against gun control? I think it's people for. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure this is bad news. I'm pretty sure it's bad news.
It's mounting anger in the wake of the Covenant School mass shooting in Nashville in March, which killed 3 children and 3
good to hear it. Yeah, well, I think we're going to watch that later too, MBND.
Protesters rallied at the state capitol to demand lawmakers take action to stop gun violence. Republicans began the session Monday by imposing a ban on visitors from carrying signs and adding new penalties on lawmakers considered disruptive. This led to a dramatic confrontation Tuesday when a Republican lawmaker ordered state troopers to forcibly remove 3 gun control activists and mothers for holding signs at a House subcommittee hearing. Gun control advocate Shannon Watts shared this video of one of them being targeted.
Oh my God, I was just thinking, what the fuck is going on here? Up at the top left. But it's X, isn't it? That's Twitter now. I'm like, what is this X? Like, what does this X mean? It's like, oh, it's just Twitter. It's just Twitter. Like, they legally... I don't think they can legally call it Twitter because of the name change. I think that if you do like legitimate journal reporting, I think you have to actually just call, like, if they changed it to like Poopy Dick Pants tomorrow, they would have to call it Poopy Dick Pants. You know? Oh my God.
Targeted and escorted out.
And I will say this, if there's an ongoing problem with these signs, we'll just clear the whole room.
And deny our First Amendment rights? What about the ongoing problem? What about our First Amendment rights? We have rights to hold a sign.
What's a tweet now? An excerpt? It's an exhibit.
Still allowed in here? Hold a sign.
The third one back in the center needs to exit the room. The other one holding the sign needs to exit the room.
Not even talking to her like she's a person. Like, can you hear the way that the speaker is actually like talking about this person? He's saying like the one in the center needs to be removed. The one in the center needs to be removed.
Come on, man.
Is this what democracy looks like? No.
Okay, she's fucking shaking. She's fucking terrified. She knows what fucking cops do to people. She knows what cops do to women. This is fucked, chat. This is fucked.
Y'all won't do this for people who bring guns to school. You have to drive me.
Sure, there's a lady back there holding a cell phone, standing up and looking at the linger.
This is not what democracy looks like.
Fucked. Completely fucked.
Lawmakers then ordered the removal of all members of the public from the hearing. A judge issued a temporary restraining order Wednesday and enforcing the new ban on...
No members of the public. No members of the public. We make our decisions on our own, in our private little room, on our own. Don't worry about it, gang. Don't worry about it. It's all above board in here. Don't worry. You could catch the Fox News update on this later on.
Signs after the ACLU filed a lawsuit noting, quote, assembling and expressing grievances at the site of the state government is the most pristine and classic form of exercising First Amendment freedoms, unquote. This all comes after Republican Governor Bill Lee called lawmakers back into session to pass his proposal to keep guns away from people who are judged to pose a threat to themselves or others. He lost 2 friends in the Covenant School shooting. There were people at the hearings also who were parents of students at Covenant School.
One of them hold up a sign with a ostensibly pro-gun sign and test the committee's commitment to that. The thing is that you don't need to do that, do you? You don't need to do that. Like, we all know what's going down here. We all know what's going down. I'm like, I know that you're not doing this, one who reads, but I am like completely sick of people doing the like, look at them, they're hypocrites. Oh, Jesus wouldn't have behaved like this towards people. Like, they don't care. They don't care. They don't care. They just don't care. There is nothing productive about showing how hypocritical they are anymore. It's a waste of time. The only thing that you could do is organize away from these people, and make sure that you're anti-fascist, make sure that you are, in a strong, pro-worker, pro-queer, pro-black, pro-woman organization, that's all you can do. Like, doing this sort of like, it's a ridiculous dance of pretend respectability that they don't even engage in. You know what I mean? Hey, Lego 2x4, how's it going?
Meanwhile, Tennessee Democratic House member Justin Jones, one of the Tennessee Three, was cut off at a House session after accusing the Republican House Speaker of racism over the rules. Justin Jones, along with Justin Pearson, was expelled earlier this year.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Re-elected by voters for protesting gun violence at the Capitol. For more, we go to Nashville, where we're joined by State Representative Jones, a Democratic Tennessee State Representative for Nashville. It's great to have you back with us for the first time since you were sworn back into office, re-elected by Nashville to represent the city in the state legislature, Justin. Congratulations on that, but tell us what happened this week. It almost seemed like a replay of what led to you being expelled after the massacre.
Yes, well, thank you so much, Amy. It is great to be back here as a fully reinstated member of the Tennessee House, but it's very unfortunate that the Republican House Speaker still is acting as an authoritarian. It has been a very disturbing special session in which we have our own mini-Trump, a man who violates constitutional rights, who tries to shut down dissent, who tried to overturn the election results in my district and Representative Pearson's district by expelling us and ignoring the voices of our constituents. The Tennessee Capitol does not look like the people's house. It's been shut down. There are cordon ropes put around the rotunda so people cannot protest and exercise their First Amendment right fully. The half of the gallery has been shut down, is only open to lobbyists, and so people can only sit on one side and have to get there hours early just to make it to sit for session, and then are not allowed to properly go to even use the restroom. As you saw, the Speaker has instituted new rules where small paper signs are not allowed, but you can still bring a gun into committee, but you can't bring a small paper sign that says "Stop Gun Violence" until the judge granted that temporary restraining order that the Speaker is now challenging. And in his continued attempt to silence lawmakers, if we're ruled out of order, we can be
Amy's the goat
indefinitely on the House floor.
Amy is the goat.
Under the new House rules that were instituted by the Republican supermajority.
Nashville's News Channel 5 looked at whether state troopers should have been used to forcibly remove protesters from the Tennessee Assembly. Reporter Phil Williams spoke with Democratic State Rep Jason Powell and others. This is the clip.
What it says is that we have arrived in a very scary and sad place in the state of Tennessee.
In preparation for this special session, the Highway Patrol brought in an army of state troopers. Those troopers have been used to put the state capitol on a virtual lockdown, limiting the number of Tennesseans who are allowed inside to witness the debate with their own eyes.
It's just. Yeah, state troopers. Yeah, state fucking troopers.
Despite a state law that lays out just
you once you're unplugged, chat, like you just see it for what it is, don't you? You know what I mean? It's just like unsurprising. It's like yeah. Of course, the people in the ruling class got their fucking dogs, the pigs, to just come in and that's it. Yeah, 1312. You know, that's it. Just cops. Just surround the place with cops. No one's getting in. You know.
two basic duties for the Highway Patrol. They patrol state highways and enforce all laws regulating traffic on and use of those highways, and they assist the Department of Revenue and county clerks in the collection of all taxes and revenue going to the state.
Clearly, in the past few years, we've seen the state troopers become a militarized force on behalf of members of the General Assembly.
That News Channel 5 report, can you respond to it to explain to a national audience what is going on in Tennessee in the State House? Justin Jones.
Yes. Hundreds of state troopers have been deployed to the state capitol, not to protect us from the Proud Boys who were there on Monday, not to protect us from these fringe gun extremists who were outside the Capitol with AR-15s on Monday.
Oh, we're learning some more stuff. We're learning some more stuff. Okay, so, you know, unpaid fascist thugs turning up as well to defend their government. Yeah? You know? Wow. Now we're learning some next level shit.
Peaceful protesters, predominantly mothers, who are saying we want our children to be safe in school. These were mothers dragged out of committee. These are mothers who are being told to leave the House gallery because the speaker is so fragile and so afraid of the First Amendment and is doing everything in his power to make sure Tennesseans know that he feels that he
probably
is
true.
king.
Like
Really what it is, it's false power. They're so fragile by having these troopers descending on mothers, on communities.
Thank God it's not Cuba. Thank God we don't live in Cuba, everyone. Oh, it would be so much worse than this somehow. Oh, it would be just awful, wouldn't it? Like they would probably do exactly like this, wouldn't it? But America's so much better. They don't do stuff like this. They don't do stuff like the stuff that they're doing in Tennessee because they're in America. Yeah.
Members on clergy, that it's showing for the world that Tennessee is a very dangerous.
Hey, Riff Cleus, how you doing?
Signal as to what will happen when these authoritarians are in power. I hope that people see what's happening in Tennessee because it can happen anywhere in this nation if we're not careful. And so these troopers are being deployed. Some of them are even telling me that they don't want to do this, but they have to follow the direction of the speaker. And so they're being used as his private security force to silence citizens.
Oh my God, it's a cat made entirely of urine. Hello. Yeah, I will put the fedora on.
It's dissent, to silence democracy, and it's unacceptable. And we're spending thousands of dollars of taxpayer money to fund these troopers to be in the Capitol, to act
Speaking
as
of stupid
this
hats,
to shut down protests, which is ridiculous. Not even just protests, Amy, but people just sitting there in committee holding up a sign to have their voices heard. This is the most simple act of
hey, Midlife Marxist, what's up?
It's being met with harsh.
That's right. A cat made entirely of urine. What's that? Well, you know what that is, chat.
That's piss. That's piss.
It is, isn't it? It is. That's right.
Repression. It is shameful, it is immoral, it is unjust, and it is unconstitutional, as the judge has told us, that has granted a temporary restraining order against the Speaker of the House. He's now appealing that, saying, well, it's his power to do whatever he...
Listen, this stream, it's quality. It's a quality stream that you get here. You know, we've got all kinds of cool stuff. You know, I've got this scene. I've got this scene. And I've got this scene.
That's piss. That's piss.
That's how you know it's a quality stream.
Wants basically in the House, but Cameron needs to know, the Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, needs to know that the Tennessee Capitol is not his fraternity house, it's not a country club, it's not his palace, it is the people's house, and we're going to resist his unjust rules and his unjust governance in this state.
You have had an
You don't get this on centrist streams.
Battle, I think it's fair to
who are you watching centrist streams? What?
say with the House Speaker, Cameron Sexton, from before you were a state legislator. I mean, you were one of those.
I can't imagine how a centrist stream would be. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, let's not do anything about it. You know what I mean? Better things aren't possible, you know?
Who led the battle to remove the bust of Nathan Bedford Forrest, the Confederate general, the first grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. You were fighting Cameron Sexton, who voted against the removal of that bust in the state capitol. Can you talk about the significance of that to this day, where we're on the eve?
Let's vote better. Oh, right. So, yeah, you don't mean centrist, you mean libs. You mean libs.
August 28th, the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington, Justin.
Definitely. I think that history is looking at this moment.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because that march toward freedom and justice is continuing in a state like Tennessee. We're on the eve of that March on Washington, and we reside in a state where Dr. King was assassinated here, fighting for racial and economic justice. And these are
like I think about this like a lot. Why is the GOP silencing critics of gun control? Well, because they don't like gun control. Riff Cleus. Maybe it's how I've worded the title. I mean, this is how silencing of critics on gun control. Maybe it's that. Maybe I got to change it from of to on, and then people will get it. People get it better. Sorry about that. Sorry if that was. Oh, don't just add a fucking letter. There we go. All right.
Things that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, especially Speaker Sexton, are so afraid of is that we.
Yeah, sorry, Riff Cleus. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. Also, I just want to say, I know there are some people in the community who are like on a hair trigger defense mode for like people coming in here and behaving like a piece of shit. I'm gonna ask you to please exercise some patience. Yeah? Doesn't get you anywhere. It's not good for members of the community who are simply just like a little bit confused, don't quite know what's going on, and it's not their fault. Just leave that to me in the mods, please.
Disobedience, of civil rights, of good trouble, that is about showing to the world that we can be a better state and a better nation. And so when I look at Cameron Sexton, he's lied on me on the radio. He's had me arrested. I was banned from the Capitol before I was a lawmaker. But I want people like him to know that when we're fighting for common sense gun laws, we are fighting for their children too. That what we're doing is for generations who are yet unborn. It's looking at our ancestors, the lineage of liberation of which we are part, but it's also looking at the generations to come after us to say that we are fighting for a Tennessee. We're fighting for a nation that is at peace with itself, that we can be voices of conscience in the midst of this chaos and confusion. And so Cameron Sexton is on the wrong side of history. He represents the spirit of Bull Connor, the spirit of George Wallace, and we saw what happened to them, Amy, and I think that the same will be said of Cameron Sexton. The same will be said of Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, those who are authoritarians, who are
What do you mean, God, he speaks well? What do you mean by that?
Uses of their power, who are trying to maintain this white power structure, this plantation politics. It is collapsing. Their power is false. It's weak. And that's why we're seeing such repression, because as we say in the South, a dying mule kicks the hardest. And this mule of white supremacy and of exploitation of people is dying. And this new generation is rising up. Today's my birthday, Amy. I'm turning.
He gets his points across very clearly. I just want to point out that would you have said that if this was a white guy? You know what I mean? I'm not don't worry, you're not getting banned here or anything. I just want to, yes, I would. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Sorry. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. There is fucking no way. There is no way. I didn't realize how that would have come across when I typed it. It's all right. Like I say, you're not in trouble. You're not getting banned or anything like that. But just think about why you're thinking the thing you are thinking before you type it. Do you know what I mean? Think about why you're thinking the thing you're thinking before you type it. You got no excuse. If you got a fucking keyboard in front of you with an enter button, you got 3 different hurdles to get across, right? You got the brain, yeah, and then the keyboard, and then the enter button, right? So before you get to that third one, just think, is that really right? Is that correct? Do you know what I mean? Why am I thinking like that? That's going to come across as a real shitty thing to say. Don't apologize to me. Do you know what I mean? I'm white. Do you know what I mean? Don't apologize to me. It's there's people who are going to read that as a microaggression in it. Do you know what I mean? So just, It's just, just fucking don't. You know what I mean? When anyone is like communicating, like, what is the benefit of saying, God, he communicates so well. God, they communicate so well. Like, what's the point in saying that? Do you know what I mean? It's just, you got to think about this shit, man. You got to think about where this stuff comes from.
28, and as a young person, I'm so hopeful as to what this nation will be. I'm so hopeful for what America will be. And I say that on this show, that democracy now is democracy forward, and we're going to do whatever we can with the time that we have to make sure that democracy sustains in this nation, multiracial democracy.
In my culture, we just had a news channel pick on 2 indigenous people on the subway because of their language. After they did a press thing where they spoke about, and a lot of comments were on the vein of how articulate and well-spoken. It's a subtle yet very ingrained bit of racism. Yeah.
See, based on human rights and human dignity.
State Representative Justin Jones, repeat your age on your birthday today.
I turned 28 today.
Well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I wanted to end by asking you, if this state session was called by the Republican governor, Bill Lee, who lost dear friends in the Covenant School massacre, this was a conservative Christian school, if you feel that lines are actually breaking down, you've had people coming up to you from the school, thanking you for standing up against gun violence. Do you see hope for the future on your 28th birthday?
He just said he did.
I see so much hope. As I'm sitting here right now, I'm thinking of Melissa, who is one of the Covenant mothers, who came up yesterday and pinned a ribbon that they had made with the school colors on me and said that I'm Republican, but you fought for our children. You fought for us. And that means the difference. We're seeing breakthroughs and fault lines breaking here. Their narratives and their facades of power are breaking. And it really is showing us that we can build a state that is multiracial, that transcends this issue of left.
I don't like this. I don't like this building of a state stuff, but okay.
It talks about right and wrong. These mothers, so many of them are Republicans, are saying these men like Cameron Sexton do not care about our children. They don't deserve to be in power. And they're transforming the state. They're coming together, and we're building a new coalition to transform Tennessee. And I believe it can be a model for the nation.
Democratic State Representative of Nashville, Justin Jones, happy birthday, and happy birthday to our digital fellow, Eric Halverson. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for joining us.
There we go. Big Amy with some big news right there. Buzzing. There you go. One random hat. Okay. Okay, partner. You got it. Keep on rolling, baby. Hey, Apple Chips, how's it going? Anarchist when someone mentions the state. Hold up. Right, yeah. Hang on just a minute there. Had me in the first half, not gonna lie. Can we have the wraparounds too? No, I can't see shit in those. No. This stream took my attention away from the now charred bread in my toaster. I hope the left is happy. That is not my responsibility. Don't come in here saying that I made you burn your fucking toast. Fucking hell. What the fuck? Okay. Thanks, Obama. The conquest of charred bread, right. Exactly. Anyway. What we're going to be checking out... What we're going to be checking out now, chat, is we are going to be checking out a British bit of politics. So, Middle East Eye did a news piece. It's an interview with Jeremy Corbyn, the boy, Jezza Corbs, jumbly, crumbly, and it's very important. It's very important that we understand that if it wasn't for jumbly, crumbly, we wouldn't have any of the problems that we have now, is it? It's nothing to do with the Nothing to do with the Tories. It's to do with jumbly, crumbly. Anyway, Middle East Eye. They don't really need a shout out from me. They got 500,000 subscribers. But please check this video out. It's pretty good. You know, if you want a reference to the video, it's in the chat right there. But yeah, we're gonna be taking a look at this. It's our Jessa chat. So let's start this up. Let's see what he's got to say, because it's been a while since I've heard Jeremy Corbyn talk about anything really. Since it's probably been about 4 years, like since the fucking election. You know. So yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it, dude.
You could try and expel people. You could try and remove people. You could start instructing. You could start suspending. You could do all kinds of pretty dictatorial things. Well, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to create a climate of democracy and empowerment.
What is the future of the British Labour Party? Well, if you'd asked that question just 4 years ago, the answer would have looked very different. In 2019, Labour ran on a radical manifesto of leftist policies.
Not that radical. Not gonna lie. It's not that radical. You know, it was just basically, you know, feed people, clothe people, house people. It was just that. It was just that. It wasn't anything more.
Expanding the NHS, rehauling the benefit scheme, free transport for students, but also significant foreign policy positions.
Radical, so radical, chat. Extreme left, the far left, the furthest left that you can get. Probably even further left than an anarchist, if you can believe it. Jeremy Crumbly was going to nationalize sausages and remove all laws. He was going to abolish prisons, you know.
Banning arms sales to Israel and recognizing a Palestinian state. But the devastating election defeat to Boris Johnson would fundamentally transform the party,
radical,
which shed itself of its socialist image and re-embraced the centrist path of Tony Blair and Blairism under its new leader, Sir Keir Starmer, hoping to capitalize on a chaotic UK government facing turbulent economic and political times. And if the polls are to be believed, it seems like they're well on their way to do just that, after spending 13 years in opposition. So what would the...
You know, I'm not gonna be like... I don't know what the word would be, but I'm not gonna be surprised by Labour winning the election. I mean, I did used to say that Labour's not gonna win the election, but then you know, the electorate, the people who do vote, are just gonna vote in like the Tories again, because they're just stupid. It's not even that they're stupid. It's just that, I mean, it is because they're stupid. They're ignorant, right? They just don't have the correct information given to them. They've got biased information every single day pouring out of their fucking ears. I get it. But you know, it's just like the most annoying thing. I think the thing that's gonna annoy me the most about this is just, you know, the way that libs are gonna celebrate. It's gonna be back to brunch, but UK version. It's literally going to be back to brunch, but UK version. And then I bet fucking Keir Starmer, the first thing he does is like sanction a bunch of bombing in the Middle East somewhere. You know what I mean?
Okay, look like if Labour got back into power. Welcome to The Big Picture, a show about the past, the present, and the future. My name is Muhammad Hassan, and today we sit down with the man who helped shape that 2019 manifesto, but who now finds himself on the outside looking in. Jeremy Corbyn is the former leader of the Labour Party, who was voted in through a massive influx of new members in 2015. 2 years later, he almost clenched the position of Prime Minister in the 2017 elections, but just 2 years after that, would lead his party into the worst historic defeat at the polls. What happened? Part of the story was an internal rejection of Corbyn and his ideas, which led to a bitter war within the party. Much of it solidified around the anti-Semitism issue, during which Corbyn was accused of failing to address it, and some of his critics going so...
He addressed it so many times. I hate this so much. I hate it so much. It's literally like... You know? It's just so bad. He was on almost every single News interview talking about it, saying, yes, I have addressed it. We don't stand for it in the Labour Party. But it didn't matter because the political machine, the neoliberal propaganda machine at the top of our society was just like, no, we cannot have anyone remotely interested in the well-being of people in our government. We can't. It's not allowed.
So far as to accuse him of being anti-Semitic. Something he, a long-time anti-racist advocate, has of course refuted many times.
That headline is also so funny, like this one here, anti-Semitic and a racist. Right, anti-Semitic and a racist. Okay, what's this one from? Who was he racist against? I would love to know that. You don't see Jews as a race as well, because it's like, you know what I mean? They're sort of like having the two things next to each other. Surely, like, if he's just, you know, if he's just a racist, you could just put racist. But, like, you have to put, like, you know, doesn't like Jewish people and then doesn't like anyone else as well. Like, Jewish people are, like, a separate race, a special race. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what is happening? Or, like, you don't believe that they're a race or something like that. It's just, I can't handle the brainworms. I couldn't handle it. You know what I mean?
He, a long-time anti-racist advocate, has of course refuted many times. His allies meanwhile say this was merely a cynical tool those in the party who wanted to take him out were happy to use. An issue weaponized to unseat Corbyn and restore the party to its center. In 2020, his successor, Keir Starmer, suspended him from the party, and earlier this year barred him from standing as a Labour candidate in the next election. So what's next for Jeremy Corbyn? And what's next for Labour? Jeremy Corbyn, welcome to The Big Picture. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Pleasure. Very pleased to be here and wonderful to see you.
So I wanted to begin by asking you a question about why you first joined the political arena. You began your career as a unionist, as an anti-war activist.
No. What Riff Cleus is probably talking about is the fact that it's got like a swear on it. Are you on mobile, Riff Cleus?
Before all that.
Much before all that? Well, what drew you first to politics, and what did you want to bring to this area?
Looking back on it, I probably grew up in quite a political...
Yeah, so, oh man, let me do this real quick for you. How to remove swear filter, Twitch, mobile. Turn off the profanity filter.
In this tutorial,
just get me to the bit, dude. Oh, that's not on mobile. It censored shit. Yeah. No, it will. How do I turn off profanity filter on Twitch mobile? Here we go.
Twitch chat. So open up the stream or the chat of the stream that you would like to disable the filter for. Then tap on these 3 vertical dots at the right side of send a message.
Once for me it censored he's a baby. What?
Message field. Then tap on the hide offensive language.
Oh, Vod!
That target.
Oh my God, Vod, getting us to £500. Holy fucking shit! Thank you so much. Let me just finish watching this. Real quick for Riff Cleus. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for the £26. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you for subbing off Twitch.
Section. And in here, just turn off the enable filtering in chat toggle in general.
There you go.
And that would be it. So thanks.
There you go. You shouldn't have to worry about any of this other stuff that's on there because, like discrimination, sexually explicit language, hostility, because we do all that stuff. We do all that stuff like me and the mods. Chat, I've got to be right back real quick. I'm so sorry. I won't be too long. I'll be like maybe 5 minutes. I'll leave you with some tunes though, and you can test out this profanity filter. Back in a tick. Okay, I'm back. You gotta be joking me. Everyone's testing it out in the chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. So many swear words. Shit, fudge, gosh, jeez, fuck. Vanity test, poop. Say some cuss words. Ass, shit. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, Rohumild? Let's keep the chat to English, please. Because I can't be something is still censored. Bobby trap. Bobby trap. Okay, incredible. All right. Is it still real bad for you, Riflius? All the filters are off. Maybe you just got to turn the main one off. Maybe you just got to turn the top one off. Enable filtering in chat. Maybe that's what you got to do. I don't know.
And that would be it. So thanks for watching.
But then again, when was this video? When was this video made? I bet this was made in like 2015. Oh no, this was 6 months ago. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So it should work, really. I don't know. Let me go on my Twitch mobile app. I mean, maybe have you updated it? Oh, there's a new version available. Maybe you got to do it. Oh, it works? Oh, great. Oh, great. Okay, good. Okay, good news. Sorry, I was confused. I thought it didn't work. Anyway, we're getting back to the jumbly crumbly. Great stuff. Great stuff. We fixed it. We figured it out. It worked right before I came back. Hell yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go. Buzzing.
Difficult environment at home, but it never felt like it at the time, because everybody thinks what goes on in their house is the norm to every other house. And I remember my mother, when I was doing my homework one night, saying, "I've got just the book to answer you need." And she goes off and comes back with something called the Left Book Club, 1930s books that she had been collecting. And she had. And so my mum and dad were very much of the left, but didn't ram it down our throats. I became involved in politics through campaign for nuclear disarmament.
Yes!
And opposition to the Vietnam War in the 1960s.
Yes!
In school. And
when he was in school.
Also concerns even then about the environment and destruction of the natural world around where I lived in the country.
He's been on the right side of history, chat, all this time.
To me, and not going to university when I left school was probably a big and actually beneficial factor to me. And I went off to the Caribbean as a volunteer and learnt a great deal there. I'm not sure I taught very much, but I learnt a lot.
And you've just celebrated your 40th anniversary as the Member of Parliament for North Islington.
The first 40 years.
The first 40 years, exactly.
40 years.
When you first took over
unacceptable
role,
to the mainstream,
what were you
right?
To do in Parliament?
Well, I was
like, you have to ask yourself, don't you? Like, what political it is so easy to be a right winger or a conservative because you don't really campaign for anything, do you? Because all the stuff that you like is still going on. You only want to like campaign for it to get worse for people if you've just got like some extremely fascist overtones to your politics, right? So like things like the what we saw earlier, Proud Boys showing up to stop Republican mothers, by the way, to stop Republican mothers protesting gun control. Wait, how is he a leftist if he didn't go to university and get indoctrinated? Conservatives are lying. Yes, exactly. He's not even a leftist. He's a conservative, actually.
At that time, a full-time trade union organizer. I've always been involved in unions and
fucking base. God, this guy is so base.
I was also a member of Haringey Council, local authority. And what I hoped to bring to it was the voice of the people that I've been elected to represent in Islington, but also to challenge the whole issues of poverty, inequality and injustice in our society, and the global hegemony of the power of the Cold War at that time. Now, obviously, things have moved on a great deal from there, but I look back at the speeches I made in the summer of 1983 when I was elected, and I don't feel embarrassed to read them because I stand by everything that I said at that time.
Fucking based. This is how you know, chat. This is how you know. This guy would have been the only good prime minister. Like, the only good prime minister that we've ever had. There's not been one even remotely as good as anything close to what he would have been. It's completely insane. You know what I mean? Not many politicians can say that. Exactly. Not many. Like, fucking Kid Starver. He can't be not embarrassed about what he said 2 hours ago because he's already changed his opinion on it. I mean, he would pretend that he's not embarrassed by it or not, you know, annoyed by it. It's just, anyway.
So my political views have not particularly changed. Obviously, circumstances have changed.
Actually, I like that he said that because I think that is a fuck you. I think that is a fuck you to Kid Starver, right? My favourite Corbyn content is the criminal mass terrorist hydrogen bomber Harrington Splimby's The Crimes of Jeremy Corbyn in the Election Watch video. Yeah. That shit is funny as fuck.
What did I hope to bring to it?
Let's watch that right now, because it's not that long, is it? It's not actually that long. H Bomber Guy, Election Watch. Election Watch 2017. It's this bit. It's this video, right? Election Watch 2017. 6 years ago. Christ alive. Christ alive. I feel like it's this bit.
We are now attempting to negotiate one of the most important diplomatic deals in the history of our country, and being made to choose between a man who didn't want to leave, but at least his party membership wanted him in charge, and a woman who didn't want to leave, but whose party membership aren't even allowed to vote on who gets to be leader. The Brexit lot, it's a bit like having to choose between a rock and a hard place with a dementia tax. But don't worry, I'm certain the electorate will continue to make the shittest possible choice. Part 2. Media bias. But enough about how we got here. What about how the media talks about all of this? Let's look at how they talk about Jeremy Corbyn for a little bit. Many Labour MPs were certain he was unelectable, and the totally unbiased media made sure you knew those opinions ahead of even knowing why he was unelectable. But a couple of people think you wouldn't want to elect him, and it's imperative that you know they think that. Over and over, forever. Yep. For a time, the early stories about the Corbster resembled an angry text algorithm generating random complaints based on the angle of his bow, or offhand comments about how world peace would be nice. It was almost as if Corbyn's actually left-wing policies threatened huge companies like News Corp, and they felt the need to smear him in order to try and destroy him. I mean, almost. I mean, a little bit, maybe. National anthem, outrage. Corb snubs the Queen. Court jester. We put a hat on him so you know he's bad. The leader treated himself to a black cab at his home yesterday, abandoning the Chairman Mao style bicycle his neighbours always see him riding.
Oh, getting PTSD flashbacks, chat. I hate this country. I hate this fucking country so much.
What's Maui about it exactly? Like, what? I revealed how Jeremy Corbyn welcomed the
Get me a
prospect
mouse
of an
cycle.
asteroid wiping out humanity. He has also called for the legalization of the possession of cannabis. Wait, hang on.
Hey, Fab Forward, what's going on?
Want us to elect him. Labour in meltdown. Corbyn, abolish the army. New leaders' potty plan for world peace. Free rugby attacks cards. Did I wake in a foreign country? This is what happens when you elect a vegetarian to lead a What? What does that have to do with anything?
Katie Hopkins.
Retired from the army in 6 months. He can knock himself out. Good lad. He'll be gone from his job before you are yours.
Yeah, remember when Katie Hopkins said that we should have a final solution to Muslims existing? Remember that? Remember when she said that? How cool. That was cool.
They're so mad, they even recycled some old propaganda they used with the last Labour leader. It got so bad that at one point the Mail on Sunday ran a hit piece with the title Labour Must Kill Vampire Jezza, only 10
Jesus
days
Christ.
after the actual brutal murder of Labour MP Joe Cox.
Yeah.
Luckily, someone eventually realised that this was something of a bad look, and the online version changed its title slightly. Corbyn signals sky-high immigration would continue under Labour. Continue from who? From who? Who's in charge here? And let's not forget this piece of speculative fiction the Mail on Sunday actually printed about a prospective Jeremy Corbyn leadership. Prime Minister Corbyn and the 1,000 days that destroyed Britain as this brilliant imagining of a Corbyn premiership. Fuck you.
Oh man, does he read this? Does he read this at all in this? Because oh man, I gotta fucking read this. I gotta fucking read this shit.
Feels Tories
Dracula Corbyn goes hard. Yeah,
careful what they
very
wish
true.
for. The night sky over London was thick with choking black smog. By the way, Theresa May abolished the Climate Council. You might want to retract that bit. Not for him, the Prime Minister's Jaguar in which his hated Mrs. Thatcher had departed on the night she too was deposed. All government cars had long since been sold in a desperate bid to pay off the £3 trillion national debt. Corbyn's...
Again, who's responsible for the £3 trillion of national debt? Again, who's responsible for that? Also, I don't think we're in £3 trillion of national debt. Just completely insane. Completely insane.
Chief of Staff Owen Jones declared that the people had taken back their country. The red flag was hung from the windows of number 10. Russell Brand kept his garbled verbosity in check for once and simply tweeted, yes!
I'd forgotten how insane this was, chat. I'd genuinely forgotten how insane this was. It was really weird. Like, this was when I was the most politicized that I'd ever been in my life, right? This was the most politicized I'd ever been in my life. Like, before this point, I hadn't even given a shit. Do you know what I mean? I haven't been involved in anything politics-wise or anything like this. And I remember, like, this was my... Can you imagine, right? Can you imagine what that was like for me, who's just sort of figured out what electoral politics is and supporting Jeremy Corbyn... Very excited, you know, seeing all the hype around it and shit like that. And then all of a sudden, boom, I'm seeing all these articles. And it's not just articles. Like, this is shit that my fucking, like stepdad would say to me in just, like, casual conversation. He would say things like this. He would be like, Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite. And I'd be like, I know you're Jewish and you're, like, you know... the person that should know what anti-Semitism is, so I can't really argue with you about it. But I don't think he is. I don't think he said anything anti-Semitic, has he? And he's like, well, he doesn't like Israel. And I didn't really understand the Israel-Palestine conflict, like, in terms of, like, how... I didn't understand it too much. I knew that, like, Palestinians were, like, getting fucked over. I knew that much, right? I knew that much. But I didn't know enough about it to be like, what are you talking about? It's genocide. Do you know what I mean? As far as brands go, Russell's political analysis is about as useful as Joe's. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I think that Joe Brand is actually, like, quite left wing. You know, A white nationalist fascist here in Denmark recently compared the official denouncement of Quran incineration to our, in some aspects, greatly shameful history of ceding power to the Nazis when they invaded during World War II. Yeah, that's completely fucked. It's completely fucked. Am I too American to understand this, or is this all weird nonsense? No. It's all weird nonsense. It's all weird nonsense. None of this is not. They went sicko mode. They went sicko mode on like on Jeremy Corbyn. It was insane, the stuff that they were saying about him. It was completely insane. Like, this is all completely factual. All this stuff. You could probably Google this article and still find it. You know what I mean? Media optics are so fucked. You'll literally have people using these things like daily talking points. Yeah. Hey, Purple Apple. Did I say hi to you? Did you come in earlier? I don't know. Anyway. Hi, Purple Apple. How you doing? You never saw any of this before. No, this is all true. It's all real.
While the media reporting the growing opposition to the...
Oh, no. Yeah, factual as in, like, they said this stuff about him. Not factual as in, like, it's true. No. Jeremy Corbyn didn't do any of this shit. Yeah.
And the whispers of a no-confidence vote...
Okay, Purple, no worries.
...were accused of treachery. The far left had always believed that their inability to win elections was due to the machinations of right-wing press barons who poisoned the people's minds against... How can you not realise that you are doing that?
That's literally what's happening right now. That's literally what, as you're typing that, a thing should go beep like that. Beep. You know what I mean?
You're literally publishing fan fiction in which Jeremy Corbyn destroys Britain. What the fuck? Ironically, it was Corbyn's better nature that finally defeated him. He lacked the Stalinist zeal to force the people into submission. British Airways reported ticket sales on first-class flights out of London, and none at all coming back.
Shut the fuck up, man.
One Direction went off on a US tour and never returned. Okay, this is actually starting to sound pretty good now. Now, you might be inclined to say that a media willing to publish 2,600 words of fanfiction about how Jeremy Corbyn destroyed Britain could be a little...
2,600 words, chat. That's like an essay.
A bit biased against Corbyn and his politics, and perhaps distorting his views somewhat. You know, maybe a little bit. But let's be fair. Media bias? Where's your proof that's happening, you ask? And you're right. Ignoring the wealth of evidence I've just provided for a second, I don't have any proof that the media is misrepresenting...
Oh, you're getting off, Riff Clears?
Views. All I have
Good night,
is
good night. Thank you for being here. Take it easy.
A functioning brain, and oh yeah, a study by the London School of Economics showing that around 75% of press coverage of Corbyn and his views misrepresented him, and only 11% of the total coverage didn't distort any of his views whatsoever, with the Daily Express and Daily Mail failing to provide any such coverage at all. Jeremy Corbyn is completely unelectable. Nobody likes
Corbyn's views present without alteration. Fucking 27%. In The Guardian, which is like the most left-wing paper in the UK. And it's not really that left-wing, you know? So bad. 18% of Corbyn's views present, but taken out of context.
Likes him, and we know this, said
Insane.
The media, because we keep lying about him. But eventually,
no, it's not American.
The media
No,
started to find
no. Most of these newspapers are not American. Like, you'll get like Daily Mail in America. That's new. Made in the UK. That shit. Apologies. But of course, it's all Murdoch, isn't it? It's all Murdoch-owned press. The Guardian isn't, as far as I'm aware. It might be close now, or maybe it's owned by like a subsidiary of Murdoch's large media conglomerate, whatever it is. But you know, the entirety, they're exporting misinformation. Essentially, they're exporting misinformation to America. Not that America needed any help with it, you know, with Fox News and all that. But yeah, I think they get away with like a lot more stuff in America because of the something to do with laws about journalism taking place in a country that is not present in the country that it's published, or something like that.
They could submit them about, because they might actually be true. For example, many have accused Corbyn of being soft on terrorism and the IRA. Did you appear in a picture with the bad people, Jeremy? Are you friends with the bad people, Jeremy? Did you personally bomb the pub, Jeremy, before riding off in your Mao-esque bicycle or in your Stalin-adjacent weather balloon? We here in My Shed can bring you a special report detailing all of Corbyn's shady dealings with the IRA. During the 1980s, Corbyn spoke openly with both Irish Republicans and Ulster Loyalists in an attempt to bring about a peaceful resolution to the Irish conflict. During this period of openness, Margaret Thatcher was giving long speeches explaining that it was wrong to negotiate with terrorists.
Like, the thing he was doing isn't even the radical leftist position. Do you know what I mean? Like, the radical leftist position is liberate Northern Ireland from the vile United Kingdom, the colonialist rule of decades, which has caused nothing but trouble for the people of Ireland, right? That's the radical left position. Jeremy Corbyn wasn't even doing that. He was just saying, like, you should just stop fighting each other. Do you reckon you could stop fighting each other, lads? I know it's hard. I know it's rubbish. You know, the IRA probably didn't like him for that. Do you know what I mean? For being like a counter-revolutionary in that sense. Do you know what I mean?
Which it later turned out from declassified documents she literally was doing in secret. In 1994, Corbyn signed a parliamentary motion on the 20th anniversary of the IRA pub bombing in Birmingham, a motion which called the attack a terrorist atrocity. In 1995, Corbyn met with Gerry Adams and Martin McGuinness of Sinn Féin,
thanks for the follow,
political wing of the Irish Republican movement, which you'll be shocked to discover are not a terrorist group unless people wanting to control their country terrifies you, in which case I hope you didn't vote Brexit. This happened either during or after the declaration that the Northern Irish had the right to
yeah, that's right, MBND.
An event which led to the IRA ceasefire and quite directly to the disbanding of the organisation entirely. In 2013, Corbyn received the Gandhi Foundation International Peace Award for, among hard opposition to pointless wars, helping to bring a peaceful solution to the conflict in Northern Ireland. And that's it. Clearly, a man known to be flip-flopping on whether or not he likes the IRA.
Right. Anyway, chat. Enough about that. I don't want to hear any more. I don't want to hear any more anti-Corbyn slander, no matter how old it is. I want to go back to listening to what the boy has got to say today. You know?
I hope a preparedness to challenge our system and challenge the injustice within it, and also to try to convert the party, the Labour Party, into something that was more of a community-based function rather than just an electoral machine, and that I very much tried to do as leader of the party. So was all that successful? Well, I've been there a long time. I can't pretend I've loved and enjoyed every single minute of it. There's been some difficult and some horrible times, but at least I've managed to give voice to opposition to nuclear weapons and opposition to
I agree,
successive wars.
Yeah.
The Gulf War, the war in Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, and Iraq, of course.
Is there a particular moment that you are particularly proud of?
Taking up cases of injustice and denial of justice, such as the Guildford 4 case and the Birmingham 6 cases, where Irish people were utterly wrongly convicted of crimes in England and imprisoned for life, and taking up the cause for their defence and their innocence was very difficult. It was very unpopular with. So
we were just talking then in the about the IRA. This was around the IRA stuff. So basically, the Guildford 4. You can just bring that up on Wikipedia real quick. The Guildford 4 and Maguire 7 were the collective names of two groups of people, mostly Irish, whose convictions in English courts in 1975, 1976 for the Guildford pub bombings of the 5th of October 1974 and the Woolwich pub bombing of November 1974, 7th of November 1974. All the convictions were eventually quashed after long campaigns for justice. The cases, along with those of the Birmingham 6, shattered public confidence in the integrity of the English criminal justice system. So yeah, it's basically like they were wrongly convicted of bombings carried out by the IRA, essentially. So it was just kind of like a scare tactic for the, to the public. Carol Richardson was 17 when she was tried for this. These were all young people, 21 years old, just out of fucking uni, if they got the chance to go to uni. And this one fella at 25. Really fucked. All 4 defendants confessed the bombing under intense coercion by the police. We all know what that means, don't we, chat? Probably torture. Ranging from intimidation to torture, including threats against family members, as well as the effects of drug withdrawal. So they probably found some junkies, drug users, right? And we're like, right, this will be dead easy. We'll put them in a cell for 3 days. They'll go cold turkey, and we'll say, listen, you can have a bit of skag as long as you tell us you did it. We'll just let you out. Don't worry. Do you know what I mean? We know that we know you got put into doing it. Do you know what I mean? You put into doing it. Is there like a based piece of film or something on the IRA? I can look it up, but I don't know shit about it. All you got to know about the IRA is that they're a revolutionary army from the moment of the attacking of, I believe. You could probably even just fucking Google it. You could probably even find it here. IRA. Okay, all right. Irish Republican Army. So there's the 1922 to 1969 one that were more of like a formal army. So there was the Irish Republican Army 1919 to 1922, and then there was the anti-treaty subgroup. There was lots and lots and lots of politics. Lots and lots and lots of politics going involved with like people, actually trying to like properly get the anti-colonialism right. Do you know what I mean? So the original Irish Republican Army fought a guerrilla war against British rule in Ireland in the Irish War of Independence between 1919 and 1921, following the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty on 6th of December 1921. The IRA in 26 counties that were to become the Irish Free State split up between supporters and opponents of the treaty. The anti-treatyites, sometimes referred to by the Free State forces as irregulars, continue to use the name IRA. So basically they were like, we're not happy with this. We want total liberation for the entire of Ireland, because I think this treaty that they signed gave Northern Ireland or something like that. Or maybe Northern Ireland was different, maybe. I might be getting that wrong. The leftist cooks made a video about Northern Ireland a little bit ago. Yeah, but it doesn't do much explaining about this stuff. It explains a lot about Northern Ireland itself, I could recommend War in an Irish Town by Eamon McCann, but that is a book, yeah, for sure. It's just pretty simple. Do you know what I mean? Like the things that you've heard about the IRA, calling them terrorists and calling them all that kind of stuff. It's like they're a revolutionary force. They're a revolutionary anti-colonialist force. They always have been. They always will be, right? Do you know what I mean? Not saying that they still exist. I wouldn't know anything about that. But there are people who still want the liberation of Ireland still. In Ireland and in Northern Ireland. It's just one of those, Anyway, yeah. The things that you will have heard about the IRA, like, oh my God, it's so bad. Like what they would do, yeah, is they would phone up the places that they were going to bomb, and they would say, there is a fucking bomb. We're going to bomb you. You got to get everybody out. You let us know when everybody's out, then we're going to blow the shit out of it. Because they knew that property was more valuable to the state than people. Yeah? I just really love the history of subversion. Yeah, I'm sure you can find some really more in-depth things than that shitty summary I've just given you. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, yeah. When the IRA killed people, it was literally 90% of the time a mistake. They did go for like certain state officials and stuff like that. And what can you expect if you are running a colonialist regime in a country? That is going to happen. Like, what do you expect? You expect you're not going to get any resistance. It's stupid to think that people aren't going to do that, right? So they did try and blow up Thatcher quite a lot.
The media, and with quite a lot of people in the Labour Party and elsewhere at the time. Nevertheless, the day that all those people, 10 of them, walked free, was to me a source of great achievement by them and by their communities, and
that's great.
Challenge the way in which minority groups, the way in which the poorest in our community suffer worst.
But the leftist cooks have got a great video about Northern Ireland itself. You know, Jojo Norris says, reminds me a bit of the Haymarket bombing in the US. The Haymarket bombing. Were some people arrested for that who didn't do it? Haymarket affair. So, in 1886, the Haymarket massacre. What is this? What is this, Jojo? Internally publicized legal proceedings that follows 8 anarchists were convicted of conspiracy. The evidence was that one of the defendants, the police coercion, reminded me of it. Only 2 of the 8 were in Haymarket at the time. Oh no, yeah, that shit is fucking normal for any cops, right? To just coerce people into making a confession for it to, so they could get a conviction, you know? Yeah,
legal
for sure.
Justice system. It's sort of ironic that now there's a question mark over the efficiency of the Criminal Cases Review Board that was only set up as a result of those cases against the miscarriages of justice.
And when you entered the Labour Party for the first time in the early 80s, what kind of party did you find? What was it like?
Well, I joined the Labour Party in 1966 when I was 16, and
when he was 16,
in the aftermath of the 1966 election, which Labour had won, I was active in supporting the party in that election. It was overwhelmingly a white party, very dominated by men, and the conference was a combination of, as now, constituency delegates and trade unions. It was very authoritarian, the party, in many ways, and the lack of democracy in the party was huge in the sense the parliamentary caucus, Parliamentary Labour Party, held all the power. And
damn, dude, it sounded like the Labour Party right now. sounds like the Labour Party that's in government right now, you know?
Very
Crazy.
rapidly joined the campaign for Labour Party democracy, and I'm pleased to say that over time...
You know, it may not be totally white anymore, but there's definitely the Ford Report out there. If you don't know about the Ford Report, you can Google that shit, Ford Report, Labour Party, you know?
We did manage to achieve a great deal of change in the democracy of the party, which allowed me to get elected as leader.
You know, Keir Starmer, he's a big mechanic. He loves his classic cars, and he likes to do reports about cars that he loves, like car brands that he loves. So, you know, just Google Ford Report, Labour Party, and you'll be able to see that shit.
Later, though that was never the plan.
And when you did become leader, one of the things that, I think certainly your supporters were really happy with was the fact that you were an outward-looking politician. You really thought about Britain's role in the world and how you wanted it to be. Where did that come from? Your outwardness. This is something that like throughout your career, even when you began. Did you get that from your parents as well?
I got it from my parents, but also just from life. When I was in school, I was not academically particularly successful. My mother, who was my greatest defender, said it was all the problem of the examiners reading my handwriting. Apart from that, she was sure all the answers were great. I thought, good try.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I was fascinated by...
I love this man. Fucking fuck this country.
World, and by maps and by history as a child. And from that came a global interest, and also a great interest in the anti-colonial
Where have you come from?
And the way in which particularly the African countries achieved their independence in the 50s and 60s, India obviously beforehand. And so the power of empire.
Corbs for President 2024, let's go.
The Caribbean as a volunteer.
The thing is that what I don't understand is that any left-wing person in this country is going to vote for the Green Party. I don't see how the Labour Party will probably win because people will be like, there's no way the Greens are going to get in, blah, 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 or anything like that. But the Greens made like massive gains in council elections, in the last council election. Like they made huge gains. Like the Green Party is the only party with like actual solid left-wing policies. So I actually don't understand why the polls are going up for Labour. They must just be polling people who believe in the two-party system specifically, or, you know, have got like a good track record of voting Labour or something like that. Because I know that a lot of the old school Labour heads are still voting Labour because they think, oh, we could change Keir Starmer, we can push him to the left. Kind of how people feel about Joe Biden in the States. You know, even though that's complete nonsense and it will never happen, I do understand how they've got to that. Also, like an air of desperation as well. The brainwashing that there's like, oh, Labour are the only ones who've got a chance. There's no chance that the Green Party will ever get in, you know, or anything like that. So, yeah, it's just bad.
In the late 60s, exposed me to some very good influence.
I don't understand how they think. I don't understand how they think that Labour will beat the Tories. I just feel like there's going to be a huge uptick in Green Party MPs. It's very hard to criticize the Green Party, especially when we have a climate catastrophe looming over our heads.
Of people like Walter Rodney, who wrote How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and Black History, which was taught at the University of the West Indies. I wasn't a student there, but I went to various meetings and talks and things and found it absolutely fascinating. And then, completely on my own, traveling around South America, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Peru, Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, looking at the influence of Spanish colonialism, which after all, those colonies achieved their independence in the 1820s, and the pre-colonial architecture, philosophy and language that was there and is very much still there. And so that gave me a lot of thoughts about how the way empires grow and how the way in which empires fall.
My man did his fucking imperialist studies by going to those countries and actually just observing the effects of colonialism versus indigenous culture. Very interesting. Didn't know this about him.
So that gave me, if you like, this sort of global view. And I was always politically probably more attentive to issues outside Europe and North America than I was in Europe and North America, and much greater interest in that. So I always try to read widely and travel when I can. I've been to probably more than 80 countries in the world in my life. I don't know. I'm not counting, but a lot. And I find the global political movements fascinating and actually very telling for the future. So the conflict that's now going on, for example, in West Africa, which is largely about resources, uranium and oil. Obviously the conflicts in the Middle East, but also the global change between the hegemony of the United States and now being challenged by China's economic power, which a lot of people in the West are very frightened about and say what we need is an assertion of Western leadership in the world. No. Maybe we don't need anybody's leadership in the world. Maybe what we need is a more powerful United Nations in the world, which gives that forum for people to deal with.
This is where he starts to lose me with this idea. Like it makes me laugh so much that he disliked the European Union for being this large block of power. You know, it's a very left. He was a left-wing Brexiteer. It's like lots of still, very left-wing people were voting for Brexit overwhelmingly. Do you know what I mean? And people didn't understand it. Liberals didn't understand it. I was a liberal at the time of the vote. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand why people voted for it. I was like, this is really bad. I was a liberal on the way to becoming a leftist because I remember thinking like, well, even if it is a good idea to like get out of this like big state and stuff like that, maybe we need to prevent the Tories from abusing the fact that they'll be able to scrap the Human Rights Act, right? Like I knew that much. But again, that was a good chunk of the Republican debates too, how the US are going to compete with China. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. It's just so ridiculous. Just like absolutely terrified of losing that grip on imperialist hegemonic control. Yeah, it's really sad.
Massive problems this world faces.
Sad that like it's not sad that they're losing the grip. It's sad that like that's what they're talking about. Like I can't think of anything less applicable to everyday people in the United States of America. Do you know what I mean? I can't think of anything less applicable. Oh, China's going to have more economic power. Who cares? They want healthcare. They want fucking healthcare. They want another Cold War over here. Yeah, I believe it. They look like that, right? The UN would have to be entirely overhauled, redesigned, to even be slightly worth keeping around. Right. The UN doesn't like make any country do stuff. You know what I mean?
Of inequality, of injustice, of environmental degradation.
I mean, one of the things that
he's trying to approach it from what he wants is a United Nations that is leftist. He wants the game half-earth socialism. That's what he wants. And I get that entirely. I totally get that. But again, it's like you can't have that kind of leftist power block without at least a few revolutions, a few removals of fascist counter-revolutionary state power. You know what I mean?
Spoke about in the recent years was, I mean, the war in Ukraine and criticizing the British position on it, that you wanted, or that you would have wanted as leader to be able to have a lot more dialogue with your counterpart in Russia. Yeah. What kind of role do you want to see?
This is going to be fucking spicy, chat. This is going to be spicy and probably cringe.
Britain playing in terms of its foreign policy.
Let's be clear, the war in Ukraine is wrong, and Russia is completely wrong to invade Ukraine. However, isolating Russia isn't going to solve the world's problems. Russia isn't going to disappear or go away. The war in Ukraine is horrible and killing an awful lot of wholly innocent Ukrainians and Russian conscripted soldiers and increasingly Russian civilians. So there has to be a way out of it. Now, at the time I thought...
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that in principle, you know. Counterpart in Russia would be if Korbs was the prime minister, he would be talking to Putin.
The 2019 election, the war in Ukraine hadn't happened. There was still the conflict in the Donbass, and there was still the issue unresolved of recognition of Crimea. My view would have been that the first function we would have performed was to obviously build a relationship with the leadership figures in the European Union, particularly Angela Merkel and President Macron, but also to have a very early visit and meeting with Putin in Russia and, of course, with the USA. There has to be a dialogue in order to try to prevent the wars of the future.
If Jeremy Corbyn had got elected in 2019, you know who he would have been having a dialogue with in the USA? He would have been having a dialogue with Trump, dude. There's no fucking way. There's no way Donald Trump is going to sit and look at fucking Jeremy Corbyn's policies and be like, I'm going to talk to that guy. We need to learn from this guy. We got to have this dialogue. He's going to be like, I won't be talking to him. Socialists in the UK, I won't be talking to him.
No point in only dialogue
communists
with people who agree with you.
You know,
talk to people who you don't agree with. Otherwise, you're never going to bring forward a process. During the 2007.
I think Corbyn. I think he's right. I think Corbyn probably would have tried to speak to Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump and these neoliberal cooks like Macron and Merkel. You know what I mean? But I don't think. I don't know if they would have been receptive. I feel like they would have taken part in the neoliberal, hegemonic, probably like some kind of a boycott or something like that. Throwback to when Trump said that they called Bojo Britain Trump and how happy he was. Oh, yeah. Trump's insulting nicknames for Corbyn would have been wild. That's true. That's true, to be fair. That's true. Did he ever say anything about him? Let's have a look. Donald Trump on Jeremy Corbyn. They call him corrupt Corbyn across the sea. Let's see what he said.
I don't know Jeremy Corbyn. Never met him. Never spoke to him. He wanted to meet today or tomorrow, and I decided that I would not do that. I think that he is, from where I come from, somewhat of a negative force.
How is he this composed? Did they just absolutely fucking load him with Valium before this?
I think that people should look to do things correctly as opposed to criticize.
Oh, he's getting
I really
spicy.
don't like critics as much as I like and respect people that get things done.
Oh, he's going.
So I've decided not to meet.
Completely absurd. Completely absurd. I don't like people who criticize. Yeah, no shit, dude. No shit.
2017 election. We had a very long session at Chatham House discussing foreign policy and my views on it. I must say, quite sceptical about doing this event at all. And I said to my team, do we really need to do this? It's going to take up half a day of campaigning and also, obviously, time of preparation for it. They said, no, it's going to be good. It's important that you do it because it's important you set out that whilst the election isn't just about foreign policy, in fact, it's only a fairly minor part of the political calculus of elections, it's nevertheless very important. And it was fascinating. I know people were taking notes of this discussion, and during the discussion, 64 different countries were named during the discussion by me and the person who was interviewing me. So it became a very interesting global discussion about my views.
Sorry, chat, I'm just taking a sticker off
a
my lip
foreign
balm.
policy from a former imperial power, which is one about promoting peace, justice and human rights, but also understanding that the refugees come for a reason. The vast numbers come for a reason. Some economic, some political, some humanitarian.
The thing is what the right don't understand is that if someone like Corbyn would have got involved into power and he had a majority in the government and they were passing legislation and they were passing motions that were saying we're going to take our troops out of foreign wars that they don't need to be in and shit like that, we're going to completely trim down the army to just a defense force and that's it. To cut down on costs and all that kind of shit as well. And that would actively mean that there would be less refugees in all countries. The fact that no one in politics is saying stuff this straightforwardly in the UK. Yeah. No one is doing that. No one is doing that. And the only time... This is why they hated him. This is why they twisted everything that he fucking said. I remember I got into an argument with a neighbour after we were in the pub one night because he was really mad that Jeremy Corbyn hadn't done anything to stop Theresa May passing a couple things that made things made life worse for everyday people in Britain. And he got so mad. And I was like, dude, you know that he's just the opposition leader, right? And he's like, that's what the opposition leader is supposed to do. And it's like, yeah, but they have to have a majority, right? And the Labour government did not have a lot of fucking MPs sitting in Parliament after the election when the fucking Conservatives rolled right over them. When fucking Gordon Brown got beat and then after that, it was Ed Balls and... No, sorry, Ed Miliband, not Ed Balls. Ed Miliband, not David Miliband. Yeah, it's Ed Miliband. Yeah. Yeah, it's so stressful. It's so stressful. It's like, what do you expect him to do, dude? And the only reason he was so mad at that is because of the way that the papers have been, actually like riling up that hatred. People were mad at Corbyn for reasons that they'd invented entirely in their own head.
Some religious persecution, lots of reasons, but unless you look at the causes of it, and you're just going to end up joining in the disgusting rhetoric that is now the staple of most newspapers in Western Europe, the United States, which is simply attacking refugees for their existence.
And the issue of migrants has really dominated the political cycle for the last couple of months, and the government has really doubled down on its perception that of having this zero tolerance policy towards undocumented refugees coming into the UK, and the images of the refugee hotel or the barge that migrants have been kept in have filled the news cycle over the last week or so. How do you feel towards the way that the government's handled migration?
Disgusted, utterly disgusted. Those people that come over from Calais, and I've been to Calais and met people there, and I've met people that are over here. They're poor, often confused, often victims of some horrible events in their lives.
No, I know, Lego. I know. You're thinking like, oh, I'm praying pretty basic, saying, oh, when there's a minority government, nothing gets done. No, at the end of the day, it's important to remember those things, right? It's important to say those things. It's important to talk about those things. It's important to say those like very, very basic tenets of understanding of politics, because then people will realize the scam. They'll realize the scam of electoral politics. It's like, this isn't true democracy. Do you know what I mean? When like one of the best things to bring up in Britain is the first past the post system. And if you know what the first past the post system is, you will be like, oh shit. So I need a refresher as well. So first past the post voting. So basically, first past the post voting is an electoral system wherein voters cast a vote for a single candidate. Candidate with the most votes wins the election. Analogous systems for multi-winner contests are known as plurality block voting or block voting systems. Both first past the post and block voting are plurality systems that the winner needs only a plurality, the greatest number of the votes, and not an absolute majority greater than half. The term first past the post is a metaphor from horse racing of the plurality voted candidate winning such a race. So it's not entirely true here, right? Not entirely true. Because, okay, so first past the post is one of the simplest electoral systems that have been used to elect the House of Commons in England and its successors for Great Britain and the United Kingdom since the Middle Ages. Since the Middle Ages. That should be like setting off alarm bells to everybody. Chat. Its use extended to British colonies, most notably the United States, Canada, and India. For legislative elections, a country using first past the post is divided into geographic constituencies that elect one member to the legislature using the method. And this is why it's a problem. The counties are so biased, right? So biased because of economic disparity, right? Economic disparity is what fucks people up. They fuck people up so bad. So bad. In Canada, Trudeau made an election promise to change first past the post, but then flaked on it when he won. Yeah, of course. Neoliberal bullshit. So here you go. Supporters of electoral reform are highly critical of first past the post because of this. This usually favors the largest party and parties within strong regional support to the detriment of smaller parties without a geographically concentrated base. Yeah. So there's lots of different reasons as to why this is bad, why this is problematic. It's not a true democracy. It's not a true democracy because in theory, like if you look at like votes by proportional representational UK 2019. So proportional representation would have looked like this in 2019. So that means these parties over here, which are majoritively left-wing parties, would have overtaken the right-wing parties, and we would have a left-wing majority in Parliament, right? So, you know, it's just fucking ridiculous. It's just completely ridiculous. So this is under the current system. You know, we got fucking 365 Conservative, 202 Labour, 11 Liberal Democrat, 48 SNP, 1 Green, 4 Plaid Cymru, 8 DUP, 7 Sinn Féin, 2 SDLP, and some others. But if you look at it here, it's not an interactive map. Can I change this? Oh, yeah, there we go. So under proportional representation, we would have had 216 Labour seats, only 288 Conservative, 10 for the Brexit Party, 70 Liberal Democrat, 12 for the Green Party. Like, that would be huge. The influence of Green Party members of Parliament on climate change related legislation, right, would be so important. And then 28 SNP, some from the DUP, some from Plaid Cymru, and 4 from Sinn Féin. Convenient system for Conservatives. And the leftists have to change it from the inside with reforms. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. Like, honestly, 300, like, look at that difference. 365 first past the post seats for the Conservatives, 288 after proportional representation. That's a change of 77 seats in Parliament gone. And Labour would have gained 14. You know, not enough to win the election still, but if they entered into a coalition they probably could have entered into a coalition with Sinn Féin, Plaid Cymru, Green Party, SNP, you know, if they advocate for, you know, referendums for independence and shit like that. Anyway, first past the voting is terrible. First past the post is terrible. Thing Australia does with ranked ballots is neat, although it biases the centre. Yeah.
You or I wouldn't go and get in one of those dinghies and go across the.
It's very like that. One who reads, yeah, very like legislative districts in the US, yeah.
And we have to look. There's a human being behind all of those.
Well, the US still has the first past the post system from colonial rule.
Trying to get to,
I think,
out of.
I think it said in that Wikipedia page.
Those that are trying to get across the Mediterranean, those that are trying to get across the Aegean, and the numbers who've died.
No. Middle East Marxist. Sorry, Middle Earth Marxist. That would have been for 2019 when Corbs was leader.
The history of the 21st century is not going to be kind to those politicians that stood back and allowed thousands and thousands and thousands of desperate people to die on our seas, and then put forward policies of pushback and denigration of those. Now, of course, asylum is not a solution to everyone's problems, but nobody seeks asylum unless they're desperate for something. Maybe we need to look at the reasons.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And this prison ship in Portland, I mean, clearly Rishi Sunak and Suella Braverman have not read a lot of history. Otherwise, they would see the irony of a prison that was built by French prisoners of war in the 1820s, now as a prison ship moored alongside it, which houses people who've committed no crime other than applied for asylum in Britain.
No. They've read their history, dude. They've read their history. They don't care. Like, this was the main problem with Corbyn in the election. I'm now getting mad. I'm now getting angry. I'm now getting fucked off because this was the problem I had with Corbs in the election, the run up to the election, and all the public appearances that he did, everything like that. He genuinely did not go hard enough on the fascist conservatives, right? Yes, they like the history. They love the history, You know, you need to be real about it. You need to call them what they are. They are acting like fascists. They are acting like dictators. You know, we don't get anywhere. We don't get anywhere by mincing words.
Critiques of the Israeli government have been kind of a particular issue that at times has been used by some of your own critics as a way of attacking your policies. But you've been a long member of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. It's where a lot of your supporters know you from. Do you think this critique is fair?
Many of the criticisms we've made of me are grotesquely unfair, but I'm a very tolerant, very broad-shouldered person. But
I mean, he is. To be fair, he is. He is possibly the most tolerant, patient, broad-shouldered amongst us. It's ridiculous, the shit he's been through.
So I just want to say this, that the occupation of the West Bank and the siege of Gaza is appalling. I've been 9 times to Israel and Palestine in my life. I've visited many, many parts of the country, prisons and prisoners and so on, and human rights groups in both Palestine and in Israel. And then you sort of think of what it's like to live under occupation. Now, I've never been through that experience. I read a lot about the way in which France was occupied from 1940 to 1944, 39 to 44, and the heroism of the French resistance, ditto Greece, Yugoslavia, and so on. A finite period in history. The Palestinian people have been under occupation longer than I've been alive.
Yep.
And to grow up knowing that your journey to school or college will be accompanied by a checkpoint. To go to work is several checkpoints. To go out for the evening might be a lot of checkpoints. And to know that
and at any one point during those checkpoints, you could just get shot. You could just get shot.
Your rights to work and so on are very, very limited. And your rights of access to your own country are controlled by another country. Well, if occupation is wrong, it's wrong, period.
Yep.
So surely the basis of the policy demand on Israel has to be end the occupation and end the construction of settlements all across the West Bank.
Your positions were quite clear in your 2019 manifesto that you presented at the elections. You wanted to end the sale of arms by Britain to Israel. You also wanted to
I've just noticed that he's not wearing socks. He might be wearing like little sports socks, I don't know, little ankle socks or whatever, but I'm just sat there thinking like, oh yeah, he really is a true crusty. Do you know what I mean? He's a true crusty. He's got his allotment. He doesn't wear his socks. You know, I bet he smells like patchouli.
Recognize Palestine as a state. How were those policies perceived within the party? Was it difficult trying to sell them?
It's been a long time campaigning to get serious debate about the situation facing the
smells like sandalwood
people, and also working
Reagan and
with,
Nixon rolling in their graves. Yeah,
groups in Israel who have a similar position on that, because Israel is not totally unified on the issue at all. There are many people in Israel that feel
need that rainbow tie-dye
about the behaviour of their government and their forces.
Well, British crusties are not that colourful. British crusties like would probably wear exactly what he's wearing, like very, very muted colours, like, you know, very much like if he wasn't wearing this, he might be wearing like a khaki green or something like that, you know, like a very muted sort of grey-green kind of thing. People who live in the UK will know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like you will see them getting about. You'll see them getting about, and I know a bunch of them from like union action stuff and all that stuff. So yeah, it's kind of like that. Hey Manticore, how you doing? And hello Zachap, how are you doing? Welcome in. Everybody go follow Zach. He's great. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love.
In what are now the occupied territories. the debate has gone on a long time in the Labour Party, and the first time there was any kind of change in the policy in the Middle East was actually the 1982 conference after the massacres at the refugee camps in
Right, Lego, yeah.
And then eventually there was policy passed, which is what was reflected in the manifesto 2019. I was proud to put that forward on behalf of the Labour Party and to say to all of our community, look.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Manticore. Yeah, I hope you get better.
And these arms are used, then we are complicit in the way that they're used. So let's think.
Yeah, he's based. He's right. He's still right.
I said we should be suspending arms sales.
He's still kicking, Zach. He's still getting about
the pressures we can for the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the West Bank.
Was the rest of the?
I have a feeling that Jeremy Corbyn will be around for the revolution. I have a feeling he'll be there at like 101 years old or some shit. And he'll be like, yep, I knew it was going to happen. I said it, man.
Are you receptive to that?
In the parliamentary party, there was the biggest debate about it. Within the Labour Party membership as a whole, much less so. There was much more support for the policies outside of Parliament than there was within Parliament. But that's been the story of my life. That
good night, Pat Potato. Thank you so much for being here.
The policies we put forward.
See you later.
On obviously Middle East and world affairs, but also on public ownership of utility companies and so on, was always very strong in the community as a whole and amongst party members as a whole. I always had the greatest problems in persuading the Parliamentary Labour Party of this. And it's kind of fundamental to the politics you started the conversation with, which is the undemocratic nature of the Labour Party in the past, which gave too much power to the parliamentary caucus. And unfortunately, it's now moving back into that direction again, with the parliamentary party being re-empowered at the expense of the wider Labour movement.
Yeah, this is what any of my comrades in the union have said when I've questioned them on their continuing Labour membership. Is that they're like, no, this has happened before. This happened under Gordon Brown. It happened under Ed Miliband and Tony Blair. Like, we were desperately trying to lobby for them to do like more left-wing stuff. And, to be fair, there are some left-wing MPs in the Labour Party who want to put forward a lot of the policies that would be like progressive and have a lot of good for social change and stuff like that. So I do understand why some people, especially more old school trade unionist kind of people, are still in, like Anita on Red Planet a couple of weeks ago, right? I understand that she's remaining in the Labour Party for that reason. She wants the trade union that she's in to like push them left and, lobby for these decisions to be made. I guess I'm just cynical before my time. A lot of these people are like older than me and they've been around for a lot longer. So I don't know if it's like, if they're clinging on to something that isn't quite there anymore, or if they're like actually making smart decisions. I don't fucking know. It remains to be seen. Anyway, do you know what I mean? Really, does it sound like a defense though? They always do this, but we'll stop them next time. Yeah, right.
Let me be very clear about that. Jeremy Corbyn will not stand for Labour at the next general election.
Let me be very clear about that. Let me be very clear about that.
As a Labour Party candidate.
I am going to sit down on this whoopee cushion and nothing will happen.
What I said about the party changing, I meant, and we are not going back. And that is why Jeremy Corbyn will not stand as a Labour candidate at the next general election.
Yeah, he's an independent. Yeah, he's had the whip removed. He's had the whip removed for ages.
Starmer was somebody that you
and as well. I think this guy's gonna mention this, but like Keir Starmer was. It's so funny that the only reason, when we were looking at this stuff before. Let me bring this back, chat. Let me bring this back. First past the post. I'm literally, this is huge for me because, as I said, like, this is what radicalized me, essentially. This is what got me started with the doom pill. Yeah. And I'm very, very lucky that I met Sophie and she got that. She reached in like Armin saving Eren in episode 2 or 3 or whatever it is of, or the other way around, Eren saving Armin from the Maw of the Titan in Attack on Titan. Corbyn. And they got like, she got that fucking doom pill out of my fucking mouth. But like, I'm getting so fucking wound up about this because it is literally just like, yeah, it's just so stressful what happens. So proportional representation. So again, if you look at this, this is with proportional representation. Still, the only reason that the Conservatives got this many votes is because they were willing to do Brexit, right? The country was divided by Brexit at this time. Yeah, so this was the actual result. Now, the only reason they got this many seats was because of Brexit. There were a lot of these seats were like flipped Labour counties or what do they call them? Constituencies in the north, yeah? She Morpheused my ass. Yeah, she did. She legitimately did. So if the Labour Party had been strong on a pro-Brexit, if they'd have run on a pro-Brexit policy, which would have been okay under Labour, you know, I must stress that, then they would have won. They would have absolutely won because people just did not understand what they were voting for with Brexit, but Jeremy Corbyn wanted it. And who was against Brexit and advised Brexit? Yeah? Who advised Corbyn to go with a people's vote? I'll just type that in chat, shall I? Jeremy Corbyn's shadow Brexit chancellor? Wait, why does it not show? Wait, why is it not showing? Wait a second. Shadow Brexit Chancellor UK? Whoa. It was Keir Starmer. Hold up a second. Why has that been removed? Why is that? That's actually just... Whoa! What's happening? I'm losing my mind. He's paid to have the results buried. Literally. This is insane. Chat, this is completely insane. I can't believe this. In office, can we like skip to the bit where he's in the shadow cabinet? Early political career, member of parliament, 2019. Oh, here we go. In his role as shadow Brexit secretary, it's right there. It's right fucking there. Why does that not come up? Oh, is it because it's shadow Brexit secretary, not chancellor? It's because I did chancellor rather than secretary. That's what it is. So anyway, going back to this, the reason that the Conservatives got so many fucking seats is because Keir fucking Starmer advised the Labour Party to go with a people's vote rather than pro-Brexit, rather than we're gonna stand for democracy. It was seen as anti-democratic as well. Like, a lot of people just saw it as anti-democratic, just sort of going for another vote. Do you know what I mean? They thought it was ridiculous, which it is, to be fair. Do you know what I mean? iPlatinum Sue Lady says, makes me thankful we have the US to make us not feel alone in our leadership. Well, it's intrinsically connected, right? Conservatives didn't want Brexit, I thought. No, that is completely untrue. Where have you got that from? What are you talking about? Oh, you're thinking about fucking... Oh my god, no. Actually, my bad. iPlatinum Sue Lady, you're right. Because David Cameron, who made... Yes, exactly, David Cameron. Who, yes, you're absolutely right. So, but he doesn't even remotely represent the Conservatives. Do you know what I mean? He all of this stuff... You know, every single Conservative MP was pro-Brexit. Every single fucking one. And if they weren't before, they fell in line pretty fucking quick. Do you know what I mean? I was too young to vote then, and it destroyed my faith in the system. Well, that's the only thing. That's the only thing that's gonna happen, right? That's the only thing that's gonna happen. When you see something like that, like this is what like capitalists, neoliberals, the ruling class, they fail to see that when these things happen, when they abuse their power, it will only radicalize people further and further and further. You know what I mean? So.
In your shadow cabinet, was spent a couple of years there.
Yeah.
Did you miscalculate who he was?
He was appointed as the shadow Brexit secretary. He was he had a view on Europe, which is very well known. I knew that before we appointed
Thanks for the
him.
follow.
I felt that he would be legally very competent in order to negotiate stuff. He and I attended quite a number of meetings in Brussels and other places to discuss Brexit, how it worked, and trade agreements and trade
I still think I wouldn't be an anarchist communist if Bernie had won in 2020. Right.
arrangements and so on. And at that level, he's very competent. He did not necessarily engage very much in the wider political debate within the shadow cabinet. What I find surprising is that he has gone back on pretty well all of the 10 points he put forward when he presented himself as a candidate for leadership, and now seems to be pushing for basically an economic blank check in which he accepts the parameters being laid down by the Tory government before agreeing to any new policies. And
He's right. He's completely right. I don't know about Britain, but in the US, the powers that be are banking on the people being too tired and afraid to stand up to them. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's the same. Mr. Dank, it's the same all over the Imperial Core. They give us just enough comfort, right? They give us just enough comfort and oppress us just enough. It's like a finely tuned art, you know, that Thatcher and Reagan, they got that shit down to a T. And then everyone who followed, just carrying on that legacy, you know? Hey, Johnny, good to see you. Everybody go follow Johnny. Great streamer. How you doing, dude?
Many of us for years have called for an end to the two-child policy. That's where benefits under universal credit are limited to the first two children in a larger family.
Yeah, it's completely fucked.
It would cost £1.4 billion to reinstate the universalism of it. He's refused to do that. Why? It's impoverishing hundreds of thousands of children.
That is so funny, man. This was 4 days ago. This was 4 days ago. So he totally knows that everybody's calling him Kid Starver. He completely knows.
He's really positions himself in many ways directly in opposition to you and your time as a leader. How does that feel for you, having, this is somebody that you worked with, this is the Labour Party that you have essentially grown up in, to be kind of seen as the polar opposite of what the direction of the party now stands?
Well,
he just basically called him Kid Starver without saying it, right?
But I'm not one that goes around being particularly sad for myself. But what I find very annoying...
Well, it's what he's doing. He's actually just starving kids.
Is that it is simply the Labour Party moving away from the reality of the politics of this country.
It's them not having any material analysis. It's them not having any understanding of the working class who would support them, right? Who would support them.
The politics of this country over the past 3 years, 4 years, have been growth of mass movements, in housing demands, in jobs, in health service, in wage levels. Think Royal Mail, think Network Rails, and so on. And the politics of inclusion and the politics of hope. We managed to increase party membership to 600,000, managed to mobilise a very large number of young people into hope.
Oh, that's great, Johnny.
Powerful political
Glad you had a good one.
Hope. If all you're offering to do is continue the status quo, and you're living in an overcharged for a private rented flat, you've got a massive university debt, you're not paid particularly well, and you've got no prospect of ever getting a permanent home of your own, You need some hope.
He fucking knows exactly what the zeitgeist of the political moment is. He is under no false pretenses. He knows what's going down. He's, he speaks to young people. This is the thing. Keir Starmer, Kid Starver, is afraid of what young people will do to him because of all of the youths he fucking put away when he was a barrister. That's the sad reality of it. Do you know what I mean? He's terrified of speaking to children because one of them might stab him. And
it's not being offered.
Do you regret not fighting harder to stay as leader of Labour?
It would have been very difficult to carry on as leader after the 2019 election result. We had obviously lost the election, and at that time it would have been very, very difficult to carry on. We lost on seats more so than on votes, because in fact we got more votes than Labour got in 2005 when they won the general election, but it's the way the electoral system in Britain works. And so I regret, obviously, not being able to carry on as leader, but I felt that in all honesty, I couldn't carry on at that point.
But even before that, in the lead up to it, when it became really obvious to even everyone on the outside that there was a real kind of attempt within the party to try and push you out, do you regret not taking some of the measures that Keir Starmer is now taking to try and isolate some of the critics?
Good question. I was elected by party members and union affiliates.
Yeah, we've been talking about that, Johnny.
2015. I had a traumatic experience in the shadow cabinet in the autumn of 2015. I then had the coup against me as leader in June 2016. I then had a vote of no confidence by the Parliamentary Labour Party by a huge majority. And the leading figures in the Parliamentary Labour Party arrived in my office, stood in a semicircle around my desk.
What if Gordon Brown didn't sell the nation's gold on a 20-year low for gold on the market? Did he do that? What? What? That's insane. Dubbed Brown's Bottom, the sale of half of the UK's gold reserves between 1999 and 2002 by Chancellor Gordon Brown is considered a low point in British history. Today marks the 20th anniversary of this event. We can revisit Gordon Brown's mistakes. What the fuck? Oh, that's funny as fuck. Gordon Brown sought to sell off 401 tons. Wait, he did it in 2008 as well? No way. So he did it in 1999 and then again in 2008? Sale of UK gold reserves. There's just a picture of him. There's just a picture of him on Wikipedia. There he is. Oh my God. So hang on. Did he do it? Yeah. So it wasn't in 2008. Yeah, that's completely insane. So this is the Mirror. This is the Mirror's graph on it. The report. Oh, fuck off. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Yeah. So the gold price peaked in 2011, and then in 1999 he sold off the gold when it was like $256 or something to the pound or whatever. I don't fucking know. You know? He probably did it because Blunkett took a look at the figures and said it was a good idea. Johnny, that is not a joke. That's a terrible fucking joke, dude. What the fuck are you doing making jokes like that in the chat? Come on, dude. That's not fucking like you, man. That's not fucking like you, man. We don't fucking do that shit here, man. We don't do fucking ableism here, dude. The guy's blind, you know what I mean? Like, that's not fucking funny, man. Come on. Come on, dude.
Presented with a piece of paper with the results of the no confidence vote amongst the MPs. And they looked at me like they were expecting me to stand up and thank them, bow and resign and leave out the door. I said, oh, thanks very much, and folded it up and put it in my desk. They said, and? I said, and nothing. I was elected by the members of this party, not by the parliamentary party. They then challenged my leadership, and I was re-elected by a larger majority. And so it was quite an important assertion of the democracy of the party. But that, of course, that assertion made enemies as well as friends. And now, your question, should I have...
David Blunkett was a blind MP. He was in the cabinet of Tony Blair. He was foreign secretary, I think.
Behaved differently. Well, you could try and expel people, you could try and remove people, you could start instructing, you could start suspending, you could do all kinds of pretty dictatorial things. Well, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to create a climate of democracy and empowerment. So I appointed a democracy commission, which Katie Clark MP led, and looked at the whole issues of the lack of democracy. I wanted to promote inclusion and welcoming communities and people.
Yeah, no, at least you got it, Johnny. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, I think you clearly know why that's bad. Like, I was super, super shocked that you would make a joke like that. You know what I mean?
Into the party.
Super shocked. It's completely out of fucking character for you, dude. Obviously, you just made a mistake. It's all good.
My legacy was to be an empowered, more democratic movement that would mobilize communities dealing with the horrors of the economic stress.
I know you're not like that, dude. I know you don't think that way.
Dictators dictate, but then afterwards, if you go down that road, somebody else dictates, maybe in the other direction. You haven't empowered people. My whole mission in life has been to empower people.
We have a super right-wing politician here who has the fame of alcoholism, and all the memes are about that. Whoa, who's that? Is that really what people are saying? Like, oh, he's an alcoholic? Cringe. Like, maybe I should say this to my community again, because I wasn't expecting something like that. But like, when people have like a disease, it's wrong to joke about that. Patricia Bullrich in Argentina, god damn it. Oh, you're not in Canada, sorry. No, you're in Argentina. Yeah, no, it's like, what are you getting at? Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, like I understand like you know, maybe not agreeing with like certain things, like I don't particularly agree that like saying things like touch grass, or like saying that things are insane or crazy or stupid or calling people idiots and stuff like that. I don't necessarily agree that that's bad. So I understand people who don't quite get stuff like that. But it should be very, 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 very obvious that like someone who has a disability, like being blind or like being an alcoholic, like something that like genuinely like, you know, and you know, let's say that we had a right-wing politician who had bipolar, right? It still wouldn't be okay to call that person insane on the basis of him having bipolar, right? Do you know what I mean? Because there is context with certain words and certain jokes and shit like that. Like, I completely understand that. But, you know, when someone clearly has something that, like, affects them, like, joking about that one specific thing because that's the thing that you know is wrong with them, like, that is bad. That is not good. That's not comradeship. Do you know what I mean? One day, I believe the figure... what's the percentage of people who go blind when they go old? How many people go blind when they get old? 1 in 9 people will go blind. You know what I mean? 1 in 9 people will go blind by age 60. And by age 80, the ratio increases considerably to 1 in 3. So, you know, that's just one thing. You know, every single one of us is pre-disabled. Every single one of us is. I see this come up with, yeah, exactly, Lego, yeah. I see this come up with right-wing politicians who use wheelchairs. Yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked. It's fucked. You know? No, Johnny, don't take this as like an opportunity for you to do some like self-flagellation, like I'm so bad, I need to be better, like blah blah blah. No, fuck all that, yeah, fuck all that. Like, just it's about now using this opportunity as like, you know, a learning moment for everybody, right? That's legally blind, not zero vision. What's the difference? What's the fucking difference, dude? You can't see, you can't fucking see. If it's all fucking grey instead of all black, what's the fucking difference? What's the fucking difference? Yeah, exactly. So why are you saying it? Why are you saying it when we're talking about this? I'm sorry, I don't mean to get mad. Just maybe people can do some thinking before they type. Because I have ADHD and I do that. I've got Don't fucking start, man. Don't fucking start with this shit. I've got fucking ADHD. Yeah, what have I got stopping me from saying shit? I've got a fucking microphone in front of my face. I've got my brain and that's it. Brain, engage, mouth, stop myself from saying shit that I think that is stupid. Yeah? All right, see ya. Oh, that's your fucking response, is it? Well, guess what? You're never fucking coming back. You're never fucking coming back. Fuck you. Fuck you. Using ADHD. I cannot believe that you would use ADHD as an excuse to be like, yeah, I'm just going to say this fucking dumb shit. Like, come on. Come the fuck on.
There's been a lot of similarities drawn between...
Why is it, yeah? Why is it that when you bring up disability with leftists, people start to get fucking ridiculous? People start to get fucking absurd, like completely wild in the things that they say. What is it with that? Do you have any idea what it is like to be disabled and have people talk about shit like that? Like, it's fucked. Like, can you not, for a second, put yourself in the shoes of someone? And then when you've been called out, to be like, oh, see you then. Fuck off. Fuck right off. Christ. Oh my God. Johnny, you don't need to do any more of this. Okay, I'll be better in the chat. You don't need to do any of that. You don't need to. You slipped up. You fucked up. It happens. Yeah, it fucking happens, man. You know? I know you're not like that. Most of the chat knows you're not like that. But I really just want to fucking drive home that, like, ableism is a huge problem in our world, in our society. You know what I mean? There are probably legally blind people listening to this stream. You know? If not right now, live in the fucking VODs. So, you know, it just sort of like sat there saying like, oh, well, you know, oh, it's legally blind. It's not as bad. Just come on, man. Like, you've got a fucking keyboard in front of you and an enter. I said this before. You've got a keyboard in front of you and an enter button. Just engage your fucking brain. Holy shit, man.
You and Senator Bernie Sanders in the US, you may or may not agree with them. But certainly with the kind of reaction that Bernie Sanders received from some of the elements within the Democratic Party when he was running for to be candidate. And the analysis of a lot of pundits of sort of the impact of his campaign is that even though he was very clearly not chosen by the Democratic Party, that ultimately he left an imprint on the way that...
Chat, I'm really sorry that I got mad and I shouted. I am sorry that I got mad and I shouted, but I think you all understand where that comes from. You know what I mean? Because I've got ADHD. I've got it real bad. You know what I mean? And I can't stand someone saying as a defense for shit like that, I have ADHD and I do that. You know what I mean? Why did you say that? I've got ADHD and I do that. No, sorry. No, sorry. What you do when someone calls you out on that, even if you like, you know what that's like, chat. You know what that's like. You remember when we watched the thing about anime, the Feek video about anime, and he was talking about like Eren going, oh, I'm a terrible person, so I guess I'll just be this terrible person. I'm going to kill everybody in the world, and that's my destiny. I can do nothing to change it, right? That's like that. That's like, oh, I have this neurodivergency, and I know it makes me react in certain ways, but it's my destiny, and I'm going to keep doing that, and I'm going to keep making those mistakes, and if you challenge me on it, you're ableist. Right? I know that that's what that guy's thinking right now. I fucking know it is. And that's a fucked way to think as someone who has that same fucking disability. You choose, yeah, to get better or you don't. If you make a mistake like that, you follow suit. And what I don't understand is that there was an example of that happening in the chat not 2 minutes before that happened, where Just Johnny fucked up, yeah, made a terrible joke, and then went, shit, I'm sorry. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to fucking do. You just have to go, shit, you're right, I'm sorry. It's not hard. ADHD doesn't prevent you from fucking saying sorry, my dude. You know? It doesn't. It fucking doesn't. I know that shit. You are a bully? I'm a bully. I'm a bully, am I? I would love to hear why. Go on. You got the floor. You got the floor. SPK482482.
That party had to do with politics. Joe Biden had to implement a lot of policies that were essentially, Sanders.
Bullies, famous, actually, for standing up for disabled people. It's famous. It's famous. It's what bullies do. Every bully in like every single high school movie or something like that in movies and media and all that stuff. Famously, they love to stand up for disabled people, don't they? Policies. They do that all the time. They never kick away their canes. They never make jokes at their expense. Never give them wedgies or laugh at their glasses or anything like that, do they? They don't. They don't do any of that. Like they always stand up. They always stand up for the disabled people in society.
How, in what ways do you feel like you've impacted the Labour Party?
Also, like, incredibly funny. Like, you're a bully. Like, what am I doing, man? Am I giving this kid a fucking wedgie? Like, no, he got banned from the Twitch chat for breaking my rules. My rules are, don't be ableist, right? Don't be a bigot. If you get called out, you fucking apologize. That's it. You don't have an inalienable right to chat in the Twitch chat. When are people going to understand this?
In your time.
Very interesting parallel, interesting question. I obviously know Senator Sanders.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And, actual children in the chat.
Up just after the 2017 election. And it was Sunday night, and I was sort of...
No, you know what? Sorry, that's not fucking fair, because kids are fucking smarter than that shit, actually.
It was 2 or 3 days after election. I was quite tired. I was laying on the settee, sort of vaguely watching the television, and the phone goes, "Oh, it's Bernie here." Huh? Bernie who? And I then woke up, and he was here. He said, "Oh, you run quite a campaign there. It was great." And then we had quite a long chat about the difficulties both of us had faced with the media, and the difficulties both of us had faced within the structures of our own party. And what Bernie did and does is challenges particularly social inequality in the USA and mobilize a lot of young people into political activity. And
fair enough,
Zach.
Zach.
In the USA,
fair enough,
I meet
mate.
a lot of people that are clearly mobilised by Bernie, and that is what he continues to do. And I was over in Washington in January to support Julian Assange, and we did a big event at the National Press Club in support of Julian Assange, which I think is a key issue. And then I had a very long meeting with Bernie in his office, and we did discuss this issue of economic justice and equality and the problems of the left in challenging that economic conformity, which is obviously huge. Now, we put forward our manifesto, public ownership and National Investment Bank. He put forward not so much on public ownership, but quite a lot about inequality, wage levels and rights at work, and a great deal about investment, hence the Biden investment plan, which, as you say, has very much got the imprint of Bernie Sanders all over it. And he's now chair of a very important committee monitoring a whole lot of things about working time, working relationships and trade union rights.
Okay, be right back, chat. I got to go to the toilet. Make sure to stretch your legs, take your meds. Get something to eat, get something to drink, all that kind of stuff. I won't be too long. You know. How do I do this? Oh yeah, music. There you go. Oh my god. Chat popping off. As for the first rule of order, who wants to clean the toilets? I'll do it, dude. Not a problem. Always do your reproductive labor, chat, at the union meeting. Maintaining toilets isn't too bad, to be honest. Right, it's only bad when you don't get paid a living wage for it, and yeah, you know, you have a horrible boss who treats you like shit. How you doing, Zadaz? It's good to see you. I had a really nice comment. You know, okay, since we had like some idiots in the chat, I'm just gonna read this nice comment. You could go check this out. This is on my Berserk video. This person says, first, I think you made this video essay just for me. Queer reading of Berserk, criticism, Manchester, and a mention of Francis Lee. I have a God's Own Country tattoo. And an Anarchism Part 2. But more importantly, brilliant video essay. The work you've put into this is phenomenal. I love the interviews. I love the visuals. It was paced so well. I wished it was longer. New fan. So that's nice, isn't it? Also, here's another thing. Here's another thing about cleaning toilets. Cleaning toilets would be much worse if we had a society based on love and compassion and the, people who actually caring about the people who actually do clean the toilets. Because less people would leave toilets in disgusting ways. I've been making it a point in my everyday life if I use a public toilet. Much worse. Yeah, you know, you hear about those horror stories about like people shitting up the walls and stuff like that. You know, people do that shit on purpose. It's not an accident. They do it because they're fucking weird. They do it because they're weird and they don't care about like the people who like have to clean that shit up, you know? Yeah, that shit would get like a lot better for people who would be cleaning the toilet, because they would realize, oh, maybe it's my turn to clean the toilets next week, you know? Anyway, I'm just spitballing. I'm breaking down the barriers of capitalist realism, chat. You know.
And so my activities now are obviously
right, exactly,
representing my concerns.
Yeah, I'm making a point of, like, every time I go in and, like, clean the seat, if I'm like, you know, I'm always going to get piss on the seat, but even if there's piss on the seat before me being in there, I'm always thinking, like, well, some people got to sit down to use the toilet. Do you know what I mean? Everybody's got to poo. Everybody's got to poo sitting down. You know what I mean? It's one of them, innit? Never thought about it. I always just thought it was a bad day for that individual. Used to clean toilets for my first job. No, they're just weirdos. No, they're just fucking weirdos, dude. That's what it is. You know? They know it's going to be poor or feminized labor. Yeah, well, I don't even think they think about it that deep. I don't even know if they think about it like, oh, who cares it's a woman? Or who cares it's going to be just like a black guy or whatever. Maybe an element of it, like, is in there in the back of their head for sure. I think that they just don't think about it, and they're just like, oh, well, it just happens. It's a mechanical part of society that I don't have to worry about. It's not my job. You know? I feel like it is more that sort of, like, individualistic, I don't give a shit kind of attitude, you know?
I'm very proud to do
so. Same reason that people litter. If people knew that it was a bit of a shit job to pick up litter, they wouldn't do it. You know? Yeah, it's like it's magic.
And also campaigning with all those unions that are trying to demand at least a catch-up on wages that have been falling for the past 10 years, but above all, empowering people and mobilizing communities. And so we're both working in the same direction on that. I also think...
Yeah, that stuff too, Johnny, yeah.
A much more global view on the left. We talked about refugees earlier on, but we also have got to look at the issue of resources. I mean, look at the war in the Congo. It gets no coverage, no publicity at all. Thousands and thousands of people being killed by militias acting on behalf of mining companies. Look at the war that's going on in West Papua. Indonesia is occupying West Papua. Why? Because of the natural resources that are there. The dispute in Niger, largely about resources. So the left around the world has got to obviously get hold of the economic agenda, but also the environmental agenda. We can't go on having the idea that you will improve the world.
Oh, he's so fucking base, chat. I'm so mad.
And polluting the environment without us all paying a human
so
price
fucking
for it.
mad.
And we're paying it now.
Where is the left in the UK today? It seems like they've taken quite a number of hits recently. There is a Labour Party now that is shifting very visibly towards the centre and away from the left.
I wouldn't even say that they're shifted towards the centre. They're going to the right, my dude. They're going to the fucking right.
Where are those voices?
Don't do that. Don't do the Overton window for them.
Well, that wing of politics is on the streets, in the community, on the picket lines, and
yes!
in the campaigns.
Oh, he's so based. Chat, he's just the most based guy that has ever sat in the fucking Houses of Parliament. You know?
Which gives it far less focused attention by the media than it would if it was a Labour Party-based and parliamentary-based issue. But I tell you, whatever the result of the next election, the demand of people for decent housing, decent wages, and a care system and a health service that is universal are not going to go away. And those political demands will be there. I keep meeting people all around the country who told me that they became active in politics after 2015. Some are active in the Labour Party, some are active elsewhere, but the key is they're all active. And that's what I like about it. And that's why I established the Peace and Justice Project after the 2019 election in order to give a political home to those people.
This is not about Jeremy Corbyn as a person. I've no doubt he's someone of deeply held and sincere beliefs who stayed true to them under harsh attack. But politically, people saw him as fundamentally opposing what Britain and Western countries stand for.
Crimea River, dude.
He personified politically an idea, a brand of quasi-revolutionary socialism, mixing far-left economic policy with deep hostility to Western foreign policy, which never has appealed.
I wonder why. I wonder why Tony Blair would be against someone who dislikes Western foreign policy decisions. I wonder why. I wonder why he would be so opposed to this shit, you know?
Traditional Labour voters.
I suppose on the other end of the spectrum, there's been a real kind of re-emergence of Blairism, and Tony Blair is
Tony Blair's so upset he couldn't invade Iraq again. Yeah,
just recently,
that's all he wants to do.
Keir Starmer was speaking at Tony Blair's Institute. He was really welcomed by him, thanked him for his guidance.
Tony Blair's Institute, get the fuck out of town. Tony Blair Institute. Oh my god. The Blair Institute for. Oh my god, it's a swastika. Oh my god, it's a swastika. Chat, am I seeing this? Chat, what is. Wait a minute, chat. I gotta show you this. Hang on. So you go to the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, right? And there's this in the top left corner. Now, if I just look at that, what we see in there, chat? It's got real swastika vibes. Whoever designed this is not okay. They're not all right. I can't see anything else. I literally can't see anything else. A confirmation bias. Listen, you, SPK482482. I asked you a question earlier. You called me a bully. And I said, how? And you didn't fucking say anything. I don't want to hear anything else out of your little chatter mouth until you tell me why I'm a bully. Yeah? Coming in here and saying that it's not a fucking swastika and I'm a bully. Is all you do say things that are incorrect? Is that all you do? That's just your whole bit. What I do is I go around Twitch channels and I just say wrong things. And, you know, I'm a person who's at quite a low point in my life at the minute. You know what I mean? You know, I'm not lying. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to put it all out on the table for you. My life's not so great right now. You know? You can see how much money I'm going to make this month. I haven't been to the gym in 3 months. I lost all my muscles, you know. Got a lot of other shit going on. But if I was going around Twitch chats just saying wrong things, I would fucking hate myself. I would hate myself so fucking much. I would be like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Surely I should go outside and get a hobby. Surely I should like try and talk to someone to get whatever the fuck is making me do this shit sorted. Do you know what I mean? Like, holy shit, dude. Anyway, the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. What we do. Approach. Driving real change. We support leaders on strategy, policy, and delivery, unlocking the power of technology across all three. Oh boy. We work with... What is this format? What the fuck? We work with leaders to help them get things done. The biggest challenge facing leaders today is the ability to get things done. So we focus our work there, working shoulder to shoulder with political leaders and governments. Oh, dude, it's a fucking lobby group. It's just a neoliberal lobbying group. That's all it is. It's just got loads of pictures of Tony Blair shaking hands with black people. What's going on there, dude? It's like I'm sure there was like a video of him shaking hands with a black guy. Don't think about all the brown people I killed. Here's me being kind of nice. Being kind of nice to someone who isn't white, you know? It's just completely insane. Yeah, that's what this guy's talking about. That's why this guy's this guy in this interview, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about how Keir Starmer went to have a chat at the Institute. Yeah, Sophie probably did talk about that. Yeah. Isn't there a board that approves those little logos on those institutes? Not one person thought, hey, maybe not so Nazi looking. Right.
And his help in recent years. There's a real embrace of Tony Blair.
Listen, SPK 482482 in the chat. I'm giving you literally 3 minutes. 3 minutes. The countdown is going to start. We're doing it right now. Come on, you came in here to get some attention, so you're getting it. Right, you got 3 minutes from now to explain how I'm a bully. If you can't do it in that time, you're getting banned.
Figure again in the Labour Party after maybe a decade or so of kind of some distance that was put between him. What do you think of that? What do you think of what the direction that is the Labour now is going in?
I think that the reckoning on Tony Blair, one positive, two negatives. The positive was that he became Prime Minister in 1997 and spearheaded, as much as anybody did, spearhead it from outside the peace process in Northern Ireland, and we also got minimum wage legislation and human rights legislation through Parliament. The negatives on Blair were the marketisation of public services under him in health and local government, which we're still paying the price for.
And again, let's not forget, in 2023 in July, the the news story that got me banned from Twitter when I was talking about this. Tony Blair urges expanded role for private sector as NHS turns 75. Former PM says service needs radical reform, including pointing patients to private healthcare offers. I hate this fucking guy. I hate this fucking guy so much.
And the
come on, SBK 482482. You got 1 minute
in Iraq. Which,
you got 1 minute.
Was wholly wrong.
Yeah, he needs to be in The Hague. I agree.
Based on completely dishonest supplying of information, which why I felt the need and promised
Gulag, but just for Tony Blair
to give
George
an apology
Bush and Kissinger
on behalf of
and all the other war criminals,
those people,
war criminal capitalists,
because of the Iraq War. Those that had died in Iraq, those soldiers that had died on both sides that had died in that war, and Tony Blair's institute since then seems to be the most incredibly well-funded institute I've ever seen anywhere. And I'm sort of interested as to where all that money's come from. And so...
I fucking love Corbs, man. I love this guy.
I would not embrace the idea of marketisation of public services as a way forward. It's marketisation of our public services that is destroying them.
Yep.
That's why the health service is now beginning to ration operations.
They have to keep... sorry. Too late, SPK. It was nice knowing you, my friend. See you later. Anyway, never mind. The what was I gonna fucking say? The government has to keep doing little communisms that they're not talking about. They're not gonna publicize this stuff, right? Because if they do, then they will be telling everybody that the privatization of public sector services is terrible, and the only option is to make them public again. There's an instance in Southern Rail, I believe, and this is on the grapevine that I've heard about this, but I'm sure if you do a bit of research, you'll be able to find this out for yourself. And that is that one particular line got so bad with Southern Rail here in the UK that they had to take it back into public ownership for a period of about 6 months. They fixed it all, and then they sold it again. Right? If you want to look at like a public service that has done very, 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 very well over the last 20 years, yeah, it's the Manchester Metrolink. Yeah, the Manchester Metrolink has not only been going for 20 years with like minimal, literally, I don't even know if there has been a derailment. Yeah, I don't even know if there has been a derailment with the Metrolink in Manchester. There probably has during its early days. But you know, Transport for Greater Manchester are pretty fucking good, and they're starting to now release public service buses, and I'm seeing more and more of them getting about, and I'm kind of like, damn, I should get on one of these buses and see what it's like, because I fucking bet you bottom dollar it's going to be better than a Stagecoach or a Finland's or anything like that. I don't even know if Finland's is still getting about, but the Metrolink can't be fucked with in its track record of like public transport in Greater Manchester. It's so good that they've expanded it. You know what I mean? They've expanded it. They've got all new Mets, the trams themselves and everything. Like, it's always very, very, very clean. Despite, like, I remember that the Mets, when you used to get on them, back in the day, like maybe in like 2004, 2005, they were all fucked up, and like people were like, you know, chipping away at like the windows and doing graffiti everywhere and shit like that. You don't fucking get that anymore because they're really, really nice. Like, and these new Mets have been in circulation now for about, God, I want to say like fucking 6 or 7 years or something, you know what I mean, since they like brought the new version out. I'll show you what they look like, chat. It just you know, they just fucking look nice. They just look real fucking nice. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still fucked. They still like have I mean, it's pretty fucking affordable. The Met is pretty fucking affordable. I can't argue with it. But public transport should be free. It should be free, especially if you pay taxes to fund them, which people do. If you pay council tax in Manchester, you fund these fuckers. But regardless, anyway, like, it should be free for everybody, I think. And it's just, yeah, it's just ridiculous. Like, you know, they still have like the Met officers who are like trying to arrest people and shit like that. You know what I mean? Anyway. State fund coming in and fixing shit for these private corps, and then migrants are the problem. I know. It's vile. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy the way that trans people and migrants are being scapegoated at the minute. Really bad. Imagine having public transportation, right? Well, you won't have to soon, will you? Because you'll be somewhere that has very good public transportation. And I know because I've been there. I've witnessed it. So you can look forward to that, can't you? Our populist Tory leader in Canada was like, I'll make high-density housing by transit. The way I'll do this is by withholding federal funding for transit unless provinces, municipalities agree to implement high-density housing around transit, which in my opinion fundamentally misses the municipalities will simply choose not to improve transit. Right. No, they either don't get it or they get it and they just don't care. That's the thing that you have to remember about the ruling class. They either understand this stuff and they are going to implement it, or they understand this stuff and they are not going to implement it. That is just the fact of the matter. You know?
That's why so much money is taken out of the health service by the private sector and out of education. But
there is certainly a degree of neoliberal brainwashing that happens to people in the ruling class as well, but it's reinforced so much to the point where they know that they're in charge, they don't fucking care, and they're just like, yeah, whatever. Like, they would just rather like nuke all the poor. They would just rather nuke the poor. That's the end of it. They would just rather nuke the poor. They just can't say it. They just can't fucking say it. They have prisons for now, which will do. You know, it serves them still.
Sector. We need to evaluate public services for what they are. Public services. Services provided free at the point of need, not for the profit of somebody else.
If the Labour
That's very exciting, Jojo. Very excited for
into
you.
power at the next election, what kind of government would you like it to be?
I would love it to be a government that says, we will raise the minimum wage. We'll make sure that nobody gets less than £15 an hour. I'd like to see it's a government that embraces the rights of work from day one when you work, the right to join a trade union, the right to be active.
It's not going to happen, man.
Take seriously.
It's not going to fucking happen.
Issues of climate change and environmental destruction.
Well, we already know that that's not going to happen because those kids were literally like, hey, you need to like not abandon the Green New Deal. Like, have you all seen that video? Check it out. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad.
Enemy of opportunity. It places barriers. Not just
people want.
Not just economic barriers.
Pledge, reinstate your pledge for 28 billion.
I did on the mission on green power. We did that last one. We've done that one.
Look at him. He's so fucking. You can't pause it properly on this fucking Sky News player or whatever, but like his fucking face is so annoying. He's there like, The reason he's smiling like that is like that is the smile of a man in power who knows that he is going to get away with ignoring this shit. Right? Check his fucking mug.
Will you just young people want action. We are on the side of economic growth. Will you just let me...
We are on the side of economic growth.
Will you just let me finish this and I'll come and talk to you about it? Thank you very much.
But we've tried to speak to you about it, but you haven't replied. We need a Green New Deal right now.
Look, my last speech was about this. Will you please, there's lots of people who want to hear this. Please don't drown me.
Please don't drown me out. There's lots of people who want to hear this. Shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of people who want to hear about your economic growth policies that are going to skyrocket the profits of already rich people into the fucking ether, you know? But guess what? There are way more people who want to hear this shit.
Please don't drown them out. Thank you very much.
Please don't drown me out, says the guy on the microphone, stood in front of all these people. Please don't drown me out. Please don't drown me out.
Right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, you fucking piece of shit. You piece of shit fucking Nazi bastard.
Above all,
fucking hate him. I fucking hate him, chat.
Britain has
fucking hate him.
The most unequal country in Europe. It is becoming worse and worse every day. More billionaires and trillionaires than ever before, and more food banks than ever before.
But don't worry, I'm going to introduce policies for economic growth.
Both. And so I'd like to see a serious and rational relationship with the European Union. Probably the best thing would be a bespoke trading arrangement with the European Union rather than the bureaucracy we have at the present time. But Britain can't turn its back on the rest of the world. We have a declining birth rate and subsequently a falling population. So there has to be immigration in the future in order just to provide the services that are necessary.
We spoke briefly about Israel and Palestine earlier, and in the
I don't want this interview to end. It's so close to ending. It got like 9 minutes. I just want to hear him talk all night. That's all I want to hear. Hey, Gumba Master, how you doing? Welcome in.
And a number of efforts by the government to push itself, I guess, for a little bit closer to where Israel and the Israeli government wants it to be, specifically with regards to criticism.
It's a really nice interview,
specifically with regards to the BDS.
Like, this is what I mean. It's rare that you see Jeremy Corbyn interviewed in such a like good faith manner. You know what I mean? It's just so bad. Maybe I can get an interview. Oh, if we got fucking Jeremy Corbyn on fucking Red Planet, that would be insane. It would be against the tenets of Red Planet, though, engaging with electoral politics. It would get us so many views, though. It would get us so many views. What could we talk to Jeremy Corbyn about? Irish unification, you know? He probably would. His PR manager would probably be like, "No, we can't do that. We can't do that. People already think you're a communist. You can't speak to these queers. You can't speak to these indigenous people, these women, you know? Could you get him on this stream? I don't think I got the clout. Sophie's got the clout, you know what I mean, for Red Planet. You know, that Sophie carries Red Planet for sure. She's got more clout than me, Kira, and Tim combined. So, you know, I think Sophie would have to do the reaching out. I'm sure she could.
Campaign, for example, and we saw that with the anti-boycott law.
Maybe in time, chat. Maybe in time, I'll get the clout. We'll see.
But we also saw a Labour Party that has not really spoken up or pushed back on any of these measures.
We've had a lot of
they have a transgender on that show.
Very dangerous pieces of legislation pushed through Parliament in the past couple of.
No, I think that you know, Corbs himself would be down because he did a video. This is why, like, I'm so fucking mad at the way that they did. If Corbyn was running nowadays, they would use this video. It should still be on YouTube. I can't find it, chat. But he did a video. I mean, he stands up for trans and non-binary people in Parliament all the time. But he did like a video, and I can't remember where it was, but he literally did a video where he stood like in front of a transgender flag and was like, "Hello, I'm Jeremy Corbyn. My pronouns are he, him. I stand for trans rights, trans equality. Transgender people should have access to healthcare, etc., etc." He was like spot on. He was fucking spot on. And it was just like, I couldn't even believe it. I couldn't even believe it when I saw it, chat, because I was thinking, like, British politics is so brain poisoned about transgender people. I was like, nah, he won't even be like that. But like, I have fucking like vivid memories of this, and it wasn't even like a throwaway thing. It was like a campaign video. It was a campaign fucking video paid for by Labour membership. Do you know what I mean?
Years.
So
We've had the
he'd be cool with indigenous people and transgender people being on a show with them, you know. Yeah.
Boycott bill, the one law now, which basically is designed to prevent people actively taking an effective role, and it mentions Israel particularly on the face of the bill, which is unusual. We've had the overseas operation.
And then this year, under Starmer, you have this. Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Real good. Real good shit. You love to see it.
Bill, which in effect gives the special forces carte blanche to go anywhere. I put forward a War Powers Act, which brought all of the armed services under parliamentary.
No, it's terrible, Jojo.
Before they could take action.
Which is why nobody should vote for Labour. You know, I try and tell trade unionists this. People who are still in the Labour Party, I tell them this whenever I see them. I'm like, you can't support it because they're actively killing fucking trans people. They're choosing to ignore science, and they're just like, they just don't get it. They just don't fucking get it. Do you know what I mean? They're just obsessed with like, well, we can make it better. We can make it better. We'll lobby for that. We support trans people. And it's like, they will not listen to you. They will not listen to you. You know?
I thought that was the right way to go.
New thought Slime touches on that?
Looking forward. And the police and public order bill, which is a very serious...
Is there an option to vote that's not Labour but still goes against the Tories? Yeah, the Green Party will be the best protest vote. But it will be a protest vote because we have the first past the post system. It's fucked. Proportional representation is the only way that you could do anything solid with anything other than the two parties in this country.
Attack on the right of assembly within our society.
Well, that's why we got to organise, Lego. You know what I mean? If you're able to organise in any way, shape or form, you should do it. You know what I mean? Even if it's as simple as, for example, sending a message, sending an email to SJB, sending some donos her way for the legal defence. Let's take a look at the progress of the legal defence. Sarah Jane Baker, let's have a look. Get involved. Ways to get involved. Is that the GoFundMe? No. I gotta find the GoFundMe. Oh, chat, I can't fucking find it. Contact, get involved, about. Why don't they have that linked on the site? They should have that linked on the site. What's going on? Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram? Chat, I can't find it. Fuck. Anyway.
And also the employment bill, which allows a Secretary of State...
Yeah, Andrew's video on Practical Guide to Revolution is really good.
Under legal
really good.
People to go to work when they've quite legally taken strike action within the terms of the International Labour Organization. We've become a very illiberal society, and it's going in the wrong direction. I would want to see a clear commitment.
I basically never leave the house because of my disabilities, and sometimes I feel like that means I can't do anything to make impactful change. I mean, you know, if you saw the Red Planet last night with Maya, you'll know that that's not true. Maya doesn't have to leave the house to do any of the research or information finding that she does. Just like the SJB command in the chat. You can donate to the GoFundMe. You can write her a letter. All this stuff. You found the link tree? Yeah, drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat, Roho Mild. Everyone has a role in the revolution, Lego. And the thing is that we should be organizing to get more time for ourselves to liberate the global south, aka the imperial periphery, so that labor and the amount of time that people work reduces drastically. And oh my god, chat, there is like £900 to go. There's 4 days left and there's like £900 to go on this GoFundMe. It's on crowdfunder.co.uk. So yeah, make sure you check that out. Anyway, as I was saying, we should be wanting to liberate the global south, bring down production, give people a better quality of life there, give people a better quality of life, you know, degrowth the global north, and make sure that people have more time to make things better for disabled people in our society, right? That should our number one focus should be the care and love and support for every individual who needs it, right? And imagine if we had true disabled people's liberation, right? True disabled people's liberation would mean that society is built with them in mind. Do you know what I mean? With them making the decisions, right? And it's a real shame that disabled people, you know, sometimes are afflicted with disabilities. That means that they can't get involved in organizing. But the overwhelming majority of us do. And that's why we need to be there to fight for our disabled comrades, right? That's the whole point. The whole point of having politics like this is to care for people who are more marginalized and have less rights than us, right? That should be the whole or even have the same rights as us, and we're fucked over too. Do you know what I mean? Right now, I'm just waiting to hear from the government if they're going to give me money to live, but it means I have a lot of spare time. Oh, yeah, hell yeah. And in that spare time, you could do all sorts of stuff. You could send letters to people in prison. You could do a bunch of information gathering for people in terms of, like, getting some stats on, if like things are happening in certain industries and shit like that. There are like so many options for you to do that are like research based. And it could be a little bit overwhelming, like trying to figure that stuff out. I actually have like a link for this. Hang on, let me see if I've got this right. Yeah, there you go. So this is from 2020, but it's a pretty good link, and I think it still stands up because you got here 26 ways to be in the struggle beyond the streets. So host or attend Know Your Rights training to educate yourself, your loved ones, community on their rights when interacting with the police. Give money, fundraise online, donate business proceeds to organizations that are doing work for black liberation against police violence. Also give money to individual black activists, organizers for rent food. Spread the word about rallies, actions, events, demands through social media. I think this is specifically to do with Black Lives Matter. But this stuff can be applied. The basics of this stuff can be applied to any struggle that you want to look at, right? If there's something, again, like look at what's in your area. Offer to be an emergency contact for people attending marches and rallies. Get the person's full name, date of birth, medical information, if they feel comfortable sharing, along with a contact for anyone they want you to alert, or should they be detained or hurt. Make sure you know the numbers for the National Lawyers Guild, central booking, local precincts, etc., etc. Again, you can apply this stuff, this basic stuff, to whatever country you're based in, right? So if you're in Canada, you can find that stuff out. Attend planning meetings on strategy calls for anti-police violence, anti-criminalization groups. Attend organized healing justice events. Cook a pre or post-march meal. This is like not necessarily for everybody, but I think some people would be able to do that. Pack food for people attending protests or marches. That's definitely a thing you can do. Coordinate or provide childcare. That's it. This is a huge one. Coordinate or provide childcare. Art, music, poetry, story, graphics, videos that speak on issues relating to police violence, criminalization of black communities, or even other stuff, other issues. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, there's loads of good stuff. There's loads of good stuff here. Loads of good ideas that you can apply to various different movements in whatever country you're in, you know? So, yeah, check it out.
Labour that we're going to repeal every one of those pieces of legislation.
When you meet now with some of those people that joined the party in 2015, specifically some of the people that came from the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, the people that would know you really well, and that really hoping to see a transformation in the way that Britain deals with the Israel-Palestine issue, who now might be worried that some of the activism that they are involved in might be criminalized. That they might be held, that there might be repercussions for that kind of action. What do you tell them? Do you feel a sense of responsibility for the fact that these laws weren't passed?
Well, I voted against them all, so I'm not personally responsible.
That was a dumb question, dude. That was a dumb fucking question, dude. Do you feel responsible for these laws? Bro, what control did he have over them? Are you serious? That was so stupid.
Obviously, but do I feel a responsibility in the sense of politically? Yes, of course I do. Because I didn't want any of those laws passed, and it's my job to try and make sure they weren't passed. Well, sadly, we weren't successful in that. But I tell you what, when parliaments pass legislation which prevents people from doing things, it doesn't always work. I remember very well the Heath government, Ted Heath government of 1970 to 74. It passed a law about industrial action and said that you couldn't take any sympathetic industrial action to support somebody else. And it ended up with them imprisoning 5 people who worked on the docks in London for allegedly promoting an illegal strike. Those 5 dockers were then committed to prison. What happened? Huge strike action all around the country, mass demonstration. What happened? The government sent somebody to the prison to release them. And it's that sort of reaction that I believe will start to develop against some of this anti-protest legislation. Look,
he's right. He's right. Like, at the end of the day, he is not telling people to do this. He is simply commenting. It's like what we do on Red Planet. It's like what I do on my show here. I will always be a fucking realist. The more and more and more you push back, the more and more and more people will push. You know? Like, if you're mad that strike action is happening and you don't like it and you're going to keep getting all these... You're going to keep signing all these, like, horrible fascist laws into being, then you can only expect that when those fascist laws hurt people, people will protest more. Like, you know, what you have to look at is the women in Iran for inspiration for this kind of stuff. The women in Iran faced death, faced execution, and lots of them were executed and are still being executed for fighting for their liberation, right? The more you tighten your grip, the more the star systems will slip through your fingers, right? Right. Literally. You know?
Politics is a fluid thing. The rights I have as an MP, indeed my right to vote, wasn't ever given. It came because of the bravery of people at Peterloo in Manchester.
Yeah!
In 1819.
Fucking yeah!
Chartists. It came from all those people that...
Manchester mentioned, Peterloo mentioned.
In the 1920s. It's lots of factors that change politics. Nobody powerful and big in politics is ever going to say, well, we only run this because there were people protesting on the streets. Not true. How was the poll tax got rid of in Britain? Mass protests.
Fucking riots.
Why is there a right to roam in the countryside in Britain? Kinderstrout, illegal trespass, 1932. There's a golden thread of protest that brings about change. And some people pay a huge price for that. Those people that have demanded justice for the Palestinian people in Palestine, those people that have stood against colonial oppression in India and African colonies in the past, many paid the ultimate price for it. But in the end, freedom was won in their name.
Where do you see your role in politics?
Let's fucking go!
And going into the future?
I'm very proud to be the MP for Islington North and very happy to continue doing that. My political activities are to support people in the struggle they're doing, with the Peace and Justice Project organising international solidarity and support for people around the world in different struggles, but also to try and bring a greater understanding of the possibilities of peace in the world.
No worries, Rohamil. Thank you for being here.
Descent into yet more wars and conflict. And so that means examining what's happening and the possibility of a ceasefire in this terrible...
He's not been drinking too much in this interview, chat. He's not been staying hydrated. He's got a very dry mouth.
Conflict between Russia and Ukraine, but also looking at the dangers of war breaking out in West Africa over the Western pressure on ECOWAS to invade Niger.
Will you stand again?
If the people of Islington North want me, I'm available for service.
As an independent?
I'm available for service.
And what about the prospect of you running for mayor?
I'm concentrating on Islington North at the moment.
So that's not something that you're...
I'm concentrating on Islington North because that's where my focus is, and I'm working very hard on that. But obviously I want to see radical change everywhere.
You want to see radical change in London?
Of course. London has become a deeply unequal city.
Thanks, Middle-earth Marxist.
The numbers of people who are homeless is increasing all the time.
Oh, chat, he's so base.
In parts of
Imagine if Jeremy Corbyn was your dad.
Food banks and branches of McDonald's.
That would be insane.
Desperate hunger around and numbers of children under.
Oh, he'll definitely get re-elected, Lego. Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt.
London
without a shadow
needs,
of a doubt.
Radical changes, many of which can only come.
The thing is that Keir Starmer is just like throwing away a seat. He is losing a Labour seat because he's a fascist. You know what I mean?
Which will help that. It's not that different to other cities in that sense.
Oh yeah, 100%, Lego, 100%. Like this is the thing that electoral politics forgets. It is not the party line that people vote with.
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. People vote with a view to elect people who have done things for them. Jeremy Corbyn has been there for Islington North for 40 years, more than 40 years, because he was campaigning before he got elected. You know, it's absolutely absurd to think that he won't get elected again. New Independents don't have the social clout in their riding necessarily. No. The only way that a new independent with similar clout to Corbyn would get in is if Corbyn endorsed them. You know?
There are enormous levels of...
People value community, and people value... You know, this is the thing. Like, ideally, a member of parliament should be contactable. Yeah? They should be contactable. The fact that there are, ridiculous amounts of people in Greater Manchester, sorry, not Greater Manchester, in Manchester Central, and we have one MP, yeah, one fucking MP, one member of parliament. It's like, how the fuck is that even remotely good for anyone? Do you know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. There's so many people living here. And she's completely uncontactable. She doesn't hold fucking surgeries. None of them do. None of the fucking MPs in this country hold surgeries where you can go in and you can talk to them. But do you know who does? Jeremy Corbyn. When Greater Manchester Tenants Union went down to London to lobby for the abolishing of Section 21, right? Unfair evictions, no fault evictions, yeah? We went down there and we were supposed to speak to our MPs. I went up to the table and I said the name of my MP and they said, sorry, she's not here. And that was the response for a lot of people. And one of my comrades came back, Ben, who's been on Red Planet, and I said, who was there? And he goes, only one. And I said, who was it? And he goes, guess. It was Corbs.
Wealth in some parts of London. I mean, you see the Lamborghinis and the Ferraris.
People want that. People want that fucking community representation. They want the ability to like speak to their representation in the government. They want an ability. They want agency. Do you know what I mean? And Corbyn he's not giving it to them entirely. It's not completely the agency of the people that he's like following when he does his work in Parliament, but he is doing the best he can, which is what every MP should be doing. And if every MP was doing that, we would actually probably see some good social change in Parliament. Dare I say, even from Conservative MPs. But they'll never care about their actual constituents, or their constituents are too fucking rich to actually have any problems, right?
Not very far from this studio, perambulating around the streets, and you could walk on 15 minutes up to where Grenfell Tower exists, and you'll see desperate poverty in the poorest ward in the whole country. That's what London is like. We need to change it.
He's right about
sure
that.
There are people that
He's right about that, chap.
Asking you to run for mayor.
Lots of people ask me lots of things all the time. Indeed, we had some very interesting conversations on a very delayed tube journey to get here because there was a signalling problem, and so we got involved in lots of conversations with people on the train, which is always interesting and very instructive. Always.
He just talks to people. He's just a lovely bloke. He's just a fucking lovely dude.
Remember that some of the wisest people are not necessarily government advisors or occupying prestigious chairs in universities. Some of the wisest people are also begging on the street, and some of the wisest people are also cleaning our streets. It's important to listen to everybody.
Fuck me!
Jeremy Corbyn, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
He could have been Prime Minister, chat. He could have been fucking Prime Minister, but Keir Starmer had to say, no, you got to give him a people's vote. You got to give him a people's vote. It's the only way we'll get in. Got to give them a people's vote, Jeremy. It's the only way we'll get in. Oh. Fucking prick. Absolute prick. Fuck. God, that's made me so angry. Chat, I don't think I get this angry when I'm like... We were so close. We were so close to having something good. We were so close to having something good in this fucking country. And fucking Keir Starmer and the Labour right fucking ruined it for us. Ruined it for us. I would never vote for them. I would never fucking vote. I wouldn't even fucking speak to them. I wouldn't even give them the pleasure of hearing my fucking voice. If Keir Starmer showed up in the chat and said, djmuel, I can give you a platform of 10,000 viewers if you get me on your Red Planet show and I'll talk in vague platitudes about how I won't actually do anything, I would ban the cunt. I would fucking ban the cunt and report him to Twitch for being biphobic. It would be extremely biphobic if Keir Starmer was in this chat. That's just facts. That's just facts. So, anyway, listen, chat. I started streaming a little bit late today, but we still hit the 4 hours. We literally just hit 4 hours right fucking there. So, tomorrow we'll be watching this. We'll check out the new Thoughts Line video. Very exciting. And also, there's some other stuff that I want to watch in the docket. 100%. I mean, I wouldn't mind the entire Red Planet squad just going off on Kid Starver to his face for the entire show. He wouldn't stick around for that. That's the problem. He wouldn't stick around for that. We would get so far and he would just get pressed and go. You know what I mean? He'd talk to us for 20 minutes probably. Fucking, you know. Oh, what's this? Oh!
Was AFK playing Baldur's Gate with a friend but caught the end.
Steph, thank you so much for the 1312. I can't fucking thank you enough. I genuinely can't thank you enough for all the support you've given me this month and the past few months. Everyone who's been donating over the past few months. Thank you for the 1312. Thank you everybody for all the donos today. Thank you for supporting me off Twitch. Thank you for subbing directly to me, your boy. Don't worry, chat. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm doing more stream tomorrow. There's my socials. Check me out on Blue Sky. Check me out on Instagram. Check me out on YouTube. I got my Patreon. I'm going to be uploading more VODs tonight. So if you missed some streams last week, they'll be uploaded to you directly. Specifically, the Sarah Jane Baker prison abolition stream. That's going to be right up there. So make sure you check out the VOD channel, which is also there. Hit me up on TikTok as well. I'm planning on doing some more TikToks, maybe even with a bit from this stream earlier. There was a bit earlier where I went on like a bit of a thing and I did a thing. And so, yeah, I'll plonk that down. And that'll be fun. But for now, chat, we're going to go raid someone. We're going to go and raid the wonderful Marina Dove. If you don't know Marina, what are you doing with your life? Marina is a wonderful comrade. They are... oh, shit. I fucked a bunch of stuff up. They're a wonderful Fae elf amazing comrade. Please, please, please come with me and show them some love. Here is the raid. Oh, fuck. I'm fucking everything up. I'm fucking everything up, chat. There's the raid command in the chat. If you subbed, if you're not subbed, don't even worry about it. But yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you for everyone who has donated. Thank you so much to everyone who has followed. Thank you for all the chats. Thank you for all the follows. I already said that. ADHD. But the thing that I said was not problematic, so it makes it okay that I said that. Doesn't it? So anyway. Yeah, thank you for all the bans. Thanks for letting me ban all you stupid fucking cunts. If you're still watching. Get good. Get better. Be better. And yeah, everybody have a great night. I don't know if I gave Jojo a shout out, so everybody please go follow Jojo Nora. She's great. But yeah, anyway, I will see you next time. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. It's been great. Mwah. Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace.